Tech and 12, Sickle check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 start, 57.
Officer still stands for time? No.
Yeah, it's Saturday night. Saturday night. We're on early. We're going to have an extended show. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. We'll get into the hellos real quick, and we got a lot of stuff to get into. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Haha. Made the 8-minute mark. Good evening, everybody. Skittles, what's up? Ticket number 1. Caddy True Crime, ticket number 2. Thank you for hopping in. Thank you for all your hard work, too. Kib Kitty, good evening. Katrina Miller. Melissa, hope you're feeling better. Prayers, let us know how you're feeling. Mark and Betty, thank you for hopping in. Ticket number 11. DS, ticket number 12. Thank you. Appreciate you. Kelly, what's up? Edward Benakin. Hold on. Benakin. Edward Benakin. Let me know if I got that correct or not. What's up, Kylie? Thank you for hopping in again. Kaleido, you as well. I love truth and transparency. I love harsh reality. Some people have a problem with that, but what they eat don't make me shit, so we are good. I support the communities that I love. Good vibes. What's up? Thank you for hopping in. It's all about community. What's up, Lori Barker? Thank you so much. Just paying it forward. Paying it forward. That's it. Nefarious Hijinks, what's up? Thank you for the wave. Thank you so much. Definitely sub to Grizz, the gentleman that makes the intro videos for the show. So shout out to him. Definitely go sub to Grizz. Definitely go sub to Grizz. Coffee, cigarettes, folders, and notebooks. We got. Drink up. What's up, Brian Hoffman? Mystified me. How are you? Got a lot of stuff tonight. Oh, I've been waiting all day. Oh, I've been waiting all day. I should have got on an hour earlier, but I didn't want to. If we hit 6 hours, that's fine. I really don't want to go past 6. That's why I didn't get on earlier. We have so much shit. It might be a couple shows, but we're going to get a good chunk knocked out tonight. Let me send these invites. And let me see. Yoli, what's up? Sheriff Toby's mustache is a tragedy. What's up? What's up? Truth shall set you free. Oh, funny. That's good stuff. All right. You know, I'm thinking about doing like a new segment of the show where it's just saying. I was thinking about doing a segment here and there throughout the shows. What's up, Kylie? How you doing? Sneaking in there. I was thinking about doing a segment called Just Saying. Just saying. Because I came across this, and the only response that I would have after this is just saying. I'm just saying. Just saying. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be... If you definitely got to check out the last couple shows if you're new. If you haven't checked out the last couple shows, it's definitely been loaded with a lot of stuff. We're going to be finishing up the deep dive of the PCA route footage to 1122 tonight first. Then, oh, there's so much stuff about the cell phone being shut off versus dropped. And I just want to let everybody know. I don't know what kind of cell phone service Koberger had, but my cell phone service was T-Mobile. And I will show you, because we are going to be going into the 1122 PCA route footage that I have. We're going to be going into it. I will show you guys the spots where my phone did cut out. Now, I'm going to tell you, what's up, Root? Never had any issues with cell phone service in Pullman whatsoever. Never once. Pullman, it was great. Even, pay attention, even the route to Moscow, I did not lose service whatsoever. I drove around nonstop for 5 days straight. Okay? There's 2 spots my phone cut out. I will show you when we go through that footage. I will show you where it cut out. It was by 1122. It had nothing to do with Pullman. It had nothing to do with going from Pullman to Moscow. So I just want to put that out there. I don't know. Maybe they had Boost Mobile. I don't know. All I know is I got T-Mobile, and I only had issues in 2 spots, and it was very close to 1122. So, we'll go into the cell phone stuff. We are going to be digging it. First, we're going to go into the route. Then we're going to be digging into a little bit of the cell phone stuff. I got some videos for you guys that we're going to watch, some explanation videos. We're also going to go into the PCA part of the cell phone. Then we're also going to go into the PCA when it comes to the photo as well. Also, the phone number, because... Remember a few days ago when all of a sudden it was like, holy shit, they used the phone number from the traffic stop in August to then use that to figure out his cell phone data for the PCA. Is that right? I don't know. We're going to talk about that too. We're going to go into the Court TV special. We already did it live last Sunday. Tonight, we're going to be going into that. We're going to be digging into that as well. We're going to be going into some of the family interviews. Some of Lawyer Anderson. He dropped a new video out today. We really enjoyed it a few shows ago. We'll probably check that out. But we're going to be digging into the PCA. We're going to be digging into the vandal alert that happened on September 12th, where the individual turned himself in. Kind of funny that vandal alert does not appear anymore. So if you go try and look, it's not there. But we're going to be talking about that as well. I'm going to be asking you guys, what's up with this Chrysler 300 that's everybody's talking about? We will see the Chrysler 300 parked behind 1122 on the footage that we're going to go through as well. So you'll see that. When we get to that part, let me know what you guys are talking about, this Chrysler 300. Also, we're going to be going into more PCA stuff with Rosie on one of her videos. There's some articles of read-throughs. And we might look into this Gritman, this labs. There's a lot of Gritman around Moscow. I thought we would check that out too. And then a little bit about those coins that the MPD have so proudly displayed on their Facebook page. So we're going to be going into all that tonight. I'm hoping we can get it in 6 hours. If we can't, it's okay. We got plenty of stuff beyond that footage that we haven't even gone through, photos, so much stuff. So we're going to go ahead and get this show going. I'm going to go ahead and start it off. I'm just saying, what's up, Detective Golden? Appreciate you guys. Lori, Miley, what's up? Just saying. So here we go. Just saying. It says, and here, let me put this up there for you guys real quick. Let me switch this, go to full screen for you. It says, just saying, ticket number 25, Detective Golden, thank you. Just saying, and this is from We the People. Here is the link to the tweet. We the People on Twitter. And it says, if you're still too drunk at noon to smell red stuff, feces of 4 people and a dog, then you'd be too drunk to be a credible witness at 4 a.m. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. There's so much shit going on Twitter here. Whole bunch of stuff being talked about. Yeah, if you're on Twitter, hop on over here, people on Twitter. We're actually talking about all this stuff tonight. All these people tagging me. Come on over to Twitter or YouTube. All right. So let me pull up this footage. All right. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. Just saying. All right, so we're going to get into the part 2 of the footage. Now, on the last episode, I think it was 12 cameras that was possible. Now, we're not including any of the homes because realistically, it's a 50-50 shot on whether homes. Thank you so much, Brian, for the $2 super sticker. It doesn't show me what it is yet. Let me type a trophy. The prickly pear saying, "Hey, you, thank you." All right. So now, when it comes to the properties, obviously, it's going to be a 50-50 crapshoot. All right. Now, what I did on the episode 1, and if you missed episode 1, what I did on episode 1 last night of this deep dive, it was a short stream for a reason. But what I did is I did episode 1 where we did the end, the route that this person would have taken if they were truly stalking the place out and also had been by there multiple times. I mean, you would know a route. If you studied forensic digital evidence, you would know, there'd be, you know what I'm saying? You would know what to do with the phone. You would know what to do with cameras, whether it be how many neighborhoods you drive around or how many businesses you drive around or even the intersections that you drive through that have a shit ton of cameras. So when it came to the route that I say the person, if they really did all these things, they would have probably taken that route. So I put that at the end of the video. Now I'm going to share the link with the video. I do have a short. I do have not a short, but a highlight. 2 of them. One of them is with commentary. One is without. So all you have to do is go to my video section, and then you can choose which one you want to watch. One of them, the one without the commentary, is what we'll be using tonight. And then there is one with commentary that kind of explains different things as we're going through the route. So it'll just be easier to do that. All right. So now, what we're going to do is, like I said, we did the end route first. Now we're going to do the actual route according to the PCA. Now, this is what the route looks like. All right. That's what the route looks like if you're looking at it from a bird's eye view. Okay. This right here is the route. Give me 1 second. This right here is the route. Now, you got to drive through a little bit of Pullman. You got to drive through a little bit of Moscow. I mean, you just have to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts because, you're not on the outside going to the outside. It's just not possible. But when you're looking at the route that took place and you look at the route the person would have took if they really were not trying to get caught, because you're going to try and minimize the eyes that can track. No? I mean, hello? What's up, Echo? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. You know what I mean? So that's why I included this route when I went out to Moscow Pullman, is because it's like, I can sit here and I can explain to everybody all damn day, all damn night, this is the route. But when you look at it with the video and you see the difference, it's like, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. So it just doesn't make no sense. What's up, Motorman? It just don't make no sense. So, part 1, if you missed it, this is part 2. We're going to be going through the PCA route itself on this one to 1122. If you missed part 1, we went through the route up above. where that would be the route the person would have took. If you ain't seen it, you definitely have to, because you will also be saying it's a no-brainer. All right, so we're going to go through this route now. So we only counted about 12. We gave the airport 4, and then possible businesses, we gave 1 apiece. We're giving 1 to each business because you don't know, either or. And then anything that's like a huge business, like an airport, obviously we'll go ahead and give multiples just to be kind of fair. This isn't going to be exact, but what will be exact is the ones that are on these streets. And you'll see what I mean as we get started. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. I appreciate you so much. We'll get into it. Like I said, we got a whole bunch of shit. Yoli, Unravel, you're more than welcome. I sent the invites if you'd like to. All right, here we go. All right, we're leaving Koberger's apartment, Steptoe. Now, this is according to the PCA. Actually, you know what? I'm going to actually use the YouTube video with no commentary because I could actually rewind it and slow it down. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to do that. That'd be a lot better. Hold on. Then I can actually slow it down a lot better too. All right, so I'm just going to have to rewind it here. Yeah, we can see you. All right, so we're leaving the apartment here. There, I'm giving you the best view I can give you. Bunch of homes, you just don't know. I mean, you think, but we're not counting homes. We're counting businesses and cameras on the streets because. All right, so we're going to be looking at the streets, the poles, the houses. We just don't know. You could come up with a crazy ass number. All right, I'm not seeing anything on the street signs. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to slow it down just a little bit. We'll go 0.75 for right now. No, I never got nervous, or I wouldn't say nervous. I don't know what the word is, but when I would get on Taylor Avenue, you know, when I would turn on Taylor Avenue and I'd be a block or two away, that's when it would just kind of like. Other than that, no, it was peaceful and beautiful. All right, so we're coming up. There is. All right, so we got one up in the top left, if you guys can see it, right underneath me there. All right. All right, so it looks like one on each. One, two, three, four. So one on each. What is this? Hold on, let me take a picture. Let me zoom in on it. Let's take a look. Let me save it real quick and actually, hold on. Wish there was an easier way to do this. All right, let me see here. Clicking the wrong thing here. I apologize. Let's see. Stop screen. Present. All right, here we go. What is that? What is this right here? What is this thing? Is that you think that's part of the you think this is part of the it is, right? It's got to be. I don't see anything coming underneath of it down here. I'm not seeing anything down there. So it's got to be part of the structure. So I look, it looks like there's something over here too. See right here? It looks like there's something right here. So I'm wondering if like these things right here, I'm wondering if these things right here are like the motion and these are cameras. So you got like the motion detector, and that's maybe a motion detector. That's got to be a camera. And then there's 4 of them on there, on each light pole or yeah, turn signal pole, whatever you want to call it. All right, let's get back to that video here. 1 second. So yeah, I'm gonna rewind it just a skosh, and you'll see as we're pulling up, you'll see there's 4 of them there. Let me see here. Yeah, see, you can see him. Now you can kind of see it on this one straight up ahead, but the trees are kind of affecting it. But if the one behind you and the one to the right of you, when you're looking at all these streets, you'll see what I'm saying as we keep driving. It's probably all four of them. See, there's a little bit of light shining right there. Like it is kind of off these ones up here. You got some shit right there. That's just on a light pole. That's just on a regular light pole. Okay, but I don't see one on. Okay, so I see one on the light. I see one on the light pole, but I don't see one on the turn signal pole. Well, that's a lot of. I don't know. They got a whole. That's what I'm trying to show you, Brian. Like to me, I'm trying to show you the difference between motion cameras and the actual cameras themselves. When it comes to that picture I was showing, there's two little ones, which I believe are motion because it's got one going this way and then one is at an angle, which is kind of probably when it comes to the people turning the turn lane is why that this one to the right is at an angle. Because if you look at this one right here, right, and you see there's one in between the first light signal and the second one, there's one on that pole, and then there's another one. The one on the pole is going straight across, so it'd be looking at the bus. The one that's on the first light is actually at a diagonal, and I think that's the one that's watching like the turn signal and that side of the traffic. Now, the ones that are on poles, because you'll see there's going to be a bunch on poles. There's going to be a bunch that are like close to the actual, the brace of the pole. If anybody wants to send me pictures of the models, if they have them, go ahead. Yeah, multiple things, Jam. That's right. Wow, Danny, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, there's cameras all over, like hell, all over Akron. There's cameras. So I'll just leave it at. I'll leave it at. I'll leave it at 4. The ones close. You see what I'm saying? The ones close. Those are the motion ones, I believe. Sent info on Discord. Oh, nice. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yep, there's one on a pole right there, too. Yeah. I'm kind of blocking it. Hold on. You can see the words are kind of blocking it now. You can see there's one on a pole to the top left. Yeah, I've read the PCA. They have BK all over the place. That's what we're doing. I used the PCA to do this. When it came to logic, I went a different road. Airport Road is where I went when it came to logic. I'm not seeing anything. Just normal light poles. Just homes. I'm not seeing any businesses, really. What's up, Skittles? There's a business. We'll go ahead and add one. And another business. We'll go ahead and add another check mark. All right, we got 2 businesses. I'm just calling them businesses because that's when you break it down. That's what each one of them are. 2 check marks. Now we're coming up to a stadium. Beasley Coliseum. Beasley Coliseum and a 4-way stop. All right, there's nothing on the light pole. Let me slow this down a little bit more. Nothing on a light pole. Okay, there is one on that light. There is another one sticking up over there. Now there appears to be a smaller one on the one ahead. 1, 2. Let's see here. There's one over there. What's up, V Slims? How are you? Nice profile picture, too. Oh, nice, Caddy. Let me see here. Wow, Caddy, thank you so much. Wow. I'm going to go ahead and pause it. She just actually took this from one of the actual cameras. Thank you so much, Caddy. Appreciate that. She just actually took a photo. So here, I'm going to share that with you real quick. How can we go full screen? Saturday, November 18th, 2023, SH8 Farm Road. That is correct. See what I'm saying? Where's the photo of the freaking car, yo? Where is a photo of the freaking car? This is the full screen? Hold on. I guess so. Shout out, Caddy. No, thank you, Caddy. For real. Like, y'all think anybody, you guys can minimize all this shit. Look, I'm not bullshitting people. Like, I was there. I saw it. I saw it. These ain't just cameras that are fake. These ain't just cameras that are freaking motion. They're not just cameras that ain't online. No. This shit's real. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think the grand jury was like, where's the photo of the car? You can't give us a photo of the car? You can't give us a photo of the car? right, we got 4 more right here. And we're at 0.5 speed. Here's the link to this video if you want to check it out yourself. This is the one without the commentary. Let's see. Now, I didn't see any cameras on these poles as I was driving those 5 days. I'm watching right now. I'm not seeing any. Because there was cameras I didn't notice until I actually was driving myself. And then I was like, oh my gosh, there's cameras there and there and there? What? All right, you got a stadium. You got a huge building here. Let's see. We'll mark 1 for the building right there. It's got to have some kind of surveillance on the left. The stadium on the right. What field is this? Gisa Field. Gisa Field. It's got to have at least 3. I mean, what do you think? 2 or 3? At least 3. I was there for a whole week, B-Slims. I spent a whole week there. All right, now we're coming up again to more stoplights. Again, like I'm saying, the little ones, I think, and we'll have to look into the models here. We'll have to look into the models, but I really feel like the small ones are for motion because those are all in just whatever directions. The ones sticking up are always pointed and facing directly ahead. Now, shout out to my mods too for being able to produce the extra visuals for you guys while I'm trying to explain this to you, because you can only explain so much with Google. When you're there, you got the footage, oh, the cameras don't work. No. Thank you, Caddy. Again, you're sending even more of them there. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, right here. I mean, you can see them. They definitely can't hide. In each direction as well. Now, I don't see. Let me see. I'm going to back it up just a little bit. I didn't see a stoplight to the left, so I'm just because I'm trying to be fair. I'm just going to think that there's probably just 2 cameras there. I'm trying to be fair here. All right, so I do not see. Okay, so yeah, because there's nothing there, so there is no turn there. So there's 1 camera to the right for the traffic going this way. So we'll just mark 2. And so far, I do not see one on that light straight up ahead. So 1, 2. Sorry, everybody. I have to keep this on full screen, so I'm just using my phone for the chat right now. So I'm trying to keep up with it. The interview with the Pullman. So what I'm doing is I'm counting 1 camera for a building. I'm being fair. Most of the time, there might not be any. There might be 2. There might be 1. I'm just counting 1 for a building. Something like a stadium or an airport, I'm counting like 3 or 4, depending on the size of it. What's up, Debre? Hope you're feeling better. Don't be hating. How you doing tonight? Thank you. Because we went by the airport in part 1, and you had to give it at least 4 because it is pretty pretty large. All right, so we got a camera to the left, a camera straight ahead, and wow, hold on a minute. We got a camera on the light pole too. What the hell's over to the left? Hold on. 50, 57. Let's back up a little bit. All right, there is a truck. There is a truck coming that way. Okay, so that... Hold on, let me go back to like 50. Let me go back to like 54. That's a little too close. Let's go right about there. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3. I see 3 right here. I don't see anything more to the left. But as we go a little bit more, then there's another one that peeks out from the trees, and that gives us 4. Now, there is a large building to the right. That gives us 4 cameras at that stoplight. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's got to be maybe 1 on that building. Now, the other ones to the left, I don't know. They're pretty far away. Yeah, this is Stadium. This is Stadium Way. And we're coming up to Nevada here in a second. We're going at 0.5 speed. Let me see. I'm not seeing anything. Like I said, I never really saw them on these poles here per se, but the intersections for sure. They're actually working right now. This is I can hear them. Hold on a minute. Let's see. Oh, nice. Is this Moscow, Caddy? Yeah, that's Moscow. Yeah. Yeah, let me I have to email me these. I have to email myself these pictures, and then I can... It's just easier to screen share it that way. So give me 1 second. All right. And then I can just flip through these real easy. I wish there was an easier way to do this and it didn't take so long, but it don't take that long. All right. So here is what the traffic cam looks like right now. All right. Shout out, Caddy. Thank you for that. So that's what the traffic cam looks like right now. You can see Saturday, November 18th. 2023 at 5:39 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. C2-1 Moscow SH-8 Pullman at Farm Perimeter. 2023 11/8 right there. All right. Now, there's different pictures all over the place, okay? Now, these are... Shout out, Caddy. Thank you for this. Those are the traffic cameras. Like, where's the picture of the car? You know? Where's the picture of the car? Went by these cameras, went by these cameras, and went by these cameras. The only camera was this one and this one. These two cameras would have not caught him on surveillance. These two right here. The other ones, oh yeah, because you drove that. You drove this road going in, coming up here, turning right on Highway 8, then turning right on 95, and then turning right, and then going the back way around, Indian Hills and yada yada. You're going to see it. Take a picture. Thank you, Caddy. Appreciate your help. All right, so I didn't see any cameras on this spot. I'm still not seeing. I mean, you got buildings, they got to have some. I have not marked anything down for any of these buildings. I'm just going to go ahead and mark 2 because there's got to be at least 2 cameras with a block and a half worth of buildings, about 2 where we didn't even. There's got to be. These big buildings have to have something, even if a little part catches the road. Well, they didn't even confirm it though, V Slims, that it was the actual photo of the car. So I just don't even. I just don't even really. Unless Ellie confirmed it, then I'm not going to consider it for right now. For that. Okay, so now this is where Nevada is. Okay. Now we got a camera up to the right. Hold on, let me remove this border here. All right, so we got a camera up to the right. What's up, Murky? So we got a camera up to the right. We got a camera actually at every single part of this intersection. There's going to be 4. Now I want to explain. This is according to the PCA. So if you read the PCA, it states that Koberger's Elantra was caught on surveillance going north on Nevada and then going south. I don't necessarily agree with the extra directions that they wanted to give when it came north and south because it doesn't really match up. But this is the only way, because if you read the PCA, you can see the exact southeast. What? Okay. According to the PCA, though, this is what Koberger, according to the surveillance, would have done. According to the surveillance, not go straight through the light, but do instead this. According to the PCA, this is exactly to what the PCA states, whether it's the cell phone or the surveillance. So we're using both things when it comes to this because everything in the PCA is based off of cell phone or surveillance and according to a specific route, which is the route exactly what we're taking. So instead of going straight, he was caught on surveillance. There's 4 cameras here. We've already explored this area a shit ton. All right. Another one to the left because there is a camera. Now, there is a camera on this building here, one of the Washington State buildings. This one's straight ahead. There is a camera right above that door All right. Now, I think that's the camera that they're referring to when it comes to the car going north and south on Nevada. I don't know. I mean, you would think it's the street camera, and you'll see it as we turn around and come back around because, according to the PCA, he was also going south on Nevada. But I believe this is maybe the camera that they were using because it's either the street camera or this one would have him going north and south. Didn't make sense to me. Did not make sense to me. I had to go. I had to do it though. It's part of the PCA. You got big building, big building. Of course, you would be caught on surveillance. You got a camera right up there in the corner. You can see it right there. Shining right down. You don't think that camera has the car? I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. You don't think one of these would have a decent picture at night with these lights lit up? So according to the PCA, if you're going to turn around, you would either pull into the parking lot, turn around, or just turn around in the parking lot like I did. And here, I'll go ahead and speed this up. I had to sit there and wait for somebody for a minute. All right, I'm not seeing any cameras on the light poles, but you got to think there's at least one on that building. There's at least one on the building across there. I mean, think about it. This is you going to be stealthy to commit a crime and not get caught, okay? You have to remember. This is supposedly the route that you're taking after you stalk the victims and you plan this out. Just remember, this is the frickin' route. You go to part 1 and you see the route that I showed. It's a no-brainer. What are you taking this route for? If you haven't checked out part 1, go check it out. It's only like 2 hours. Or just watch the end of this one because I go through it. All right, so we're going to slow it down now, back to 0.5. All right, now, I've already marked down these cameras. There's 4 of them. I've already marked them down. That's why, Brian, I think the secret grand jury from the beginning, I've always thought when we heard that they wanted more evidence, it's like bingo, they wanted a photo of the frickin' car. Because I'm sure they just handed him the PCA because that's all they need is a PCA. So, you know what I mean? I'm sure they went into the secret grand jury and was like, look, all we have to do is have probable cause. This was probable cause enough to arrest this individual. This was probable cause to apprehend them the way that we did and get them back here and charge them with this crime. You don't need more than what so, and they, okay, well, can we at least see the car? Because we just have a stock photo and one of them has a sunroof. Can we at least see the car, prosecution? And the prosecution was like, no, you don't need any more than the PCA because all you need is the PCA. There's nothing for you to see. And like I said from the beginning, if you're truly trying to catch these criminals, do you not release a frickin' photo of the car to the community before you even have a suspect? If you're reaching out days after, if you're reaching out, asking a higher agency to determine what a certain vehicle is, and they come up with a certain vehicle, you're going to tell me you don't have a freaking picture of the car? If you can come up with if you have to investigate and have a special team specifically to figure out what fucking car that is, and you can't release that photo to the frickin' community so they can look out for at least something, so they don't have to be walking around thinking the person that's next to them might do some shady shit. You had these students in this community on pins and needles while you're playing games. To say that you didn't even listen, I get it. All you had was bushy eyebrows. We did a drawing of bushy eyebrows, okay? Ha ha ha. But at least you could have gave a damn photo of the car. If you are able to reach out and have a team figure out what frickin' car that is, then you had a picture. Why did you not set? Why did you put out a stock photo? What, maybe some people, you didn't check your shit? Maybe some people were looking for a fucking sunroof in Moscow. Who in the hell has a sunroof in Moscow? How many people? It fucking snows this high. Maybe you had people looking for a frickin' sunroof. And to say, and this is my point of driving all of this route and going through this footage, is to show you, to sit there, and it's not about the fucking case. This is about the community. To sit there and say that you didn't have a frickin' photo of this car for this community to feel somewhat of security, that's some bullshit. And I'm showing it right now because I tried explaining it to you on Google Maps. Google Maps is one thing, but when I can take you out on this fucking street and I can take you, what other freaking video is out there? This is why I had to make it. What other freaking video is out there that gives you from the freaking steptoe to freaking 1122 without being sped up and shit? This is important. This is to try and show everybody, look, I'm already, listen, you go the route somebody would have took not to get caught, you're talking 12 cameras. Right now, we're at Stadium Way in Nevada, and we're at 35. We're at 35, and we're at Stadium in frickin' Nevada. We still have another 10, 12 minutes to get to frickin' Moscow. This is about the community, just like my shit was yesterday morning. Shout out Innocent Until making a highlight of a clip of my show. Appreciate it. Thank you for tagging me as well. I don't mind if people use it as long as you tag, you know. Because really, it's like, yo, this is about the community. You're going to sit there. I went across something today where I was going through the finances of the University of Idaho, and they were even doing some kind of donation thing where they even raised like 900,000 in donations. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You don't think that they have freaking power in that community? You don't think that that's why I'm saying now. I always thought Fry was fumbalooing when it came to him saying that the community had nothing to worry about. No, I think it was the university going, yo, I got students in the frickin' library. I got students in the halls. I got students in dorms, all on frickin' lockdown. Shelter in place. What's going on, Fry? Are they safe or not, Fry? Yes, the community has nothing to worry about. Okay, because you got to remember the vandal alert was out before the police made a statement. The vandal alert was out before the police made a freaking statement. 2 hours. At least 2 hours. Those students were sheltered in place for at least 2 to 2.5 to 3 freaking hours while they waited for Fry to say that the community was safe, so then they could say, okay, you guys can go ahead and leave. And then all of a sudden, record scratch. Actually, the community needs to be vigilant. The community needs to watch out for each other. The community, da 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 da. All of a sudden, you flipped again. And it's sad when they can sit there and pull all these donations out of this freaking community when this community should be flourishing like the university. The community there deserves to have all of the opportunities in the riches that the university deserves. Donations. How about you donate to the frickin' community instead of asking the community to donate to you? I need to get to chat 1 second. Excuse me. And drink some coffee too. Thank you everybody for hopping in. Appreciate that. Oh, wow. Gifted membership. Kevin Kraft got a gifted membership. Lori Barker, Jab, mystified me. Brian Hoffman. Nice. Thank you, Kib Kitty. Appreciate that. Even the news agencies were like, this is, why are they being, some of the news anchors were like frustrated, and you could tell because they were pissed. Thank you for the membership, Katrina. Appreciate that. Just getting back through chat real quick. I had it on full screen while I was sitting here talking about all that. Exactly, Echo. It's a picture that was painted. Think about it. Think about this. If they didn't have the DNA, listen, if they didn't have the shit about the DNA in the PCA, then what would they have? Yeah, we went into the DNA, the IgG, a couple episodes ago. We'll be going into more of the PCA and that other stuff tonight too. Stickergate. Oh, you good, Nina? What's up, Nina? I don't. I think the PD's at the mercy of the university. Think about it. How was the PD not able to penetrate the frats for people to talk? Think about it. Think about it. Who runs the frats? The university. The university. Who was quiet after the crime took place? The two frats that were associated with the crime. Who have I been saying runs that motherfucker? The university. When I drive around some of these neighborhoods, and I'll show you on other nights when I'm actually just showing drive around footage, got a week of it. You'll see what I'm saying. There's parts of this community where I'm just like, damn, why are they not flourishing like this university? This is bullshit. It actually it affected me. I'm like, I gotta talk about this shit when I get back. I got to. This university shit, man. When I already thought they had a lot of power before I went, but when I went for that trip, that shit hit me because I'm like, I go to these different communities. I've been to 5, 6 different cases now. I go to these different communities, and these are small communities too. Some of them are small communities. You know what I mean? Uh, even smaller, even smaller. And I go to these communities, and you can tell some communities are taken care of. Some communities, you can tell that the city and the finances, they're just something's not being done right. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell the difference, because I don't think it has to do with the people. I think it has to do with the people that are running the shit in the cities, whether the people in the cities are flourishing or not. All right. And, because let's be honest, some people are good at their job, some people aren't. It's life. It is what it is. Some people can be shitty mayors, some people are great. Who knows? It just depends on if you have a business mind. But, when you're looking at these different ones, some of the communities are so, like, well taken care of. And this one right here, like, most of it, I'm going to say, yeah, most of it is student housing. So it's a bunch of houses crammed into small areas. You know what I mean? Like, those things are built so quick. They were even building new ones when I was down there. Them things are built so quick. You know how shit's built, so that is what it is. But when it comes to, like, what I mean by the communities is, like, outside of the university, the parts where it's just your everyday, street, where somebody's mowing the lawn and somebody's playing in the leaves, and somebody else is working in the garage. Just different things. And you're driving around there, and you see, like, there's neighborhoods that were like, wow, this is really, you can tell that they're being taken care of. And then there's some neighborhoods, it's like, damn, why is this neighborhood like this when this university is right here, and this university is pumping millions and billions? Like, what's wrong here? Why is this happening? Like, it makes no sense. Even the 1122 property, everybody, I'm like, the deck on the third floor, the wood was rotting on the deck. That's how, like, seriously, the wood was, like, going like this at the end of the boards. It was starting to come apart at the ends. And it's like, this was just, like, renovated a couple years ago. It's a bunch of people trying to make a frickin' dollar out of the university, or what comes along with it, whether it's the student housing, uh, or how they cram it, or what they necessarily keep. You know what I mean? You got enough money to purchase, or partially purchase, because we found out yesterday that they're not paying the whole $550 million for the University of Phoenix purchase. No, they're using taxable and non-taxable bonds, which means that the state taxpayers and the local city taxpayers are going to be paying for a good chunk of it. And if it decides to fail, then the university is going to put up $10 million a year to help. So they're not even paying the 550. Again, it's going and it's being left on the fucking community. This rock garden that they're having for the students' memorial, there is no picture of it. I didn't even see a drawing barely of it. And they've accepted $200,000 in donations to have a rock garden that's a memorial for the students on their own property. And they're taking donations. This shit needs to be this poor community, man. And they probably can't say nothing, because that's listen, if they didn't have the university, then what would happen to their city? They're small businesses. There's a lot of small businesses in Moscow. I drove around it for a week nonstop. There's a lot of small businesses. A memorial garden for the 4 victims to honor them. And they're taking donations to have it built on their property. Like, how greedy can you be? That's the shit that has me mad. All right, we already counted these cameras. Oh, and you're telling me this dude took this route and we're already at 35 cameras and we're at Stadium in Nevada. We got plenty to go over tonight, everybody. I hope you're ready for a long show. It's Saturday night. I'm ready. Got a lot of shit for you tonight. Appreciate you for hopping in and hanging out too. Thank you. Once we get to 270, then I'm going to go ahead and speed it up because really there's nothing really in between. Not until right you get into Moscow, and then right when you turn left is the route. If you were going to take it to not commit the crime, you would have taken it. But we're not going to be taking that route. We're going to be taking a route that has even more. Okay. Now, I don't know if this is an actual. Hold on. I'm going to have to take a screenshot here in a second. I'm not even counting these buildings. Okay, I believe I see a camera right there. Hold on. All right, let me see here. Let me switch. Let me stop this. Let me switch to a different. Let's see. We're going to go here. Right? No, this one. I think that's a camera. We're at 35 right now, and I didn't count those other buildings we drove by. Yeah, I'm not. I think that's a camera, but I can't say. I don't know. It looks to me like it is, though, honestly. It's at an angle. Let me zoom back. Now, this is a zoom of the actual, this is like an actual. This is a small picture itself. So, I don't know. To me, it looks like it could be. All right, let me go back to the video here. So you can see we're kind of like far back from it. That's a little clearer. I'm going to try and let me see. Let me slow it down just a little more and see if I can get even closer. I'm thinking it's a camera. What do you guys think? Do you think that's a camera there? Here, let me zoom it in. You think that's a camera? What's up, Mark? I think it's a camera. I'm gonna mark it down. It looks like one to me. All right, you got a business to the right. All right, now we're going to be coming up to this intersection here. I'm going to be looking at every frickin' pole because they have them on the poles too. I'm not seeing any poles. There's a gas station. There's two businesses right there. 1, 2. Another one that's farther back, but I'm not going to count that one. We're just, like I said, we're going to be fair and realistic. We're going to give it 50-50. Let me see. I'm not seeing anything on that one. Let me rewind it just a few. We'll go back to 0.5. Sorry, I have to have this. Am I using an iPhone? No, this is my Sony camera. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on that pole to the left. It kind of looks like something's hanging out. What is that? Let me pause it right there. All right, I don't know what that is. That thing in the top right? I'm not sure. It doesn't look like a... Each one has one though, so maybe those are motion. Caddy, if you're still in chat, let everybody know how you got. I mean, yeah, there's live feeds. There's live feeds of it. There's a live feed, live webcam, and weather report in Moscow. I mean, I'll give you guys the link if you want. Here. Right there. You can't get a photo? There you go. Go check it out for yourself. There's another one over there. I'm not seeing any. I didn't see any cameras on those, so I think those are just motions. But I'll just mark one just in case. All right, now we're heading on 270. Got apartment buildings to the left, business to the right. So there's one. Let me see, business. Apartments to the left. Thank you, Caddy. Appreciate you. Ooh, look at that. Thank you, Miley. Appreciate that. All right, let me see. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, I already know. I drove around there for a week, Murphy. I know where everything's at. It's actually on the right. Coffee house is on the right, though. Everybody, the left is a different set of apartment buildings. Coffee house is on the right. Because this road is actually elevated, and coffee house actually there's like uh, a slope that goes down. It's actually pretty steep. There's a gas station right there, another business. Yeah, it was on the right. But there's like a slope. But I did also go through coffee house apartments as well. But that'll be in different footage that we kind of go into in the future. Like I said, I got plenty of freaking footage, and we're going to be going into different parts of footage. Probably the shows for the next time to come. Crazy. Is this to show? No, this is to show. Well, yeah, to show how many times you're going to be possibly caught on surveillance instead of a route that you could have took where you're barely on surveillance at all. So the point of this is a lot of things, actually. Because if the person supposedly stalked out and was so damn stealthy, you don't know how they left. And there was no DNA even in the vehicle or the office or the home or even, I don't know. Would you take in this route? I wouldn't think so. Because on the other route, 12 cameras. On this one, 43 so far. So, yeah, this is exactly to the PCA. You'll even see what I mean when it comes to where we should be turning right. If you were going there trying to not commit the crime or trying to commit the crime and not be caught, then you would be turning right coming up if you were really on this part of the road. But you don't. You drive through Moscow too. All right, we're coming up to more stoplights. Now, I just see these little ones. Now, I imagine on the other ones, I was considering the little ones to be the motion. I'm going to mark these off to the side. I'm not necessarily counting these as cameras, but I am going to add some as motion once I look up model numbers and such. All right, now I'm going to speed it up because really there is not going to be anything. All right, I'm just going to count one camera. I mean, there's a bunch of businesses right there. There's got to be at least one. A business off to the right, but the distance. Ooh, there's an Ellie right there. Distance off to the right, but there's so much distance from there to the road, I'm not even going to count it. They would have to if they have. If there's surveillance from 1122 that they're using, then they have to have surveillance, obviously, because that's what Olivia, how she found out about them being dropped off. So they have to have the surveillance of the DoorDash driver if they have it of the private ride. All right, there's businesses to the left, garage, storage definitely has security there. And it got bumpy here. That's why it got a little. No cameras there. How do we know that BK wasn't a DoorDash driver either? We don't. What if his excuse was the reason he was driving around all night as an alibi was because he was a private ride share, like the ones that dropped Kaylee and Madison off, or who says he wasn't a door? I mean, who knows? Think about it. If you are known to be up late hours of the frickin' night, instead of being bored at home vacuuming or doing dishes like what was reported, wouldn't you do some driving to earn some money too if you just have a hard time getting to sleep at that time at night? That'd be like with me when I came in from the flight at 11 o'clock at night. I'm glad there was a Lyft driver that was working that late that was able to take me home. You know what I mean? That dude probably stays up late. It's, if you just say, did you lose? No, I haven't lost. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't lost any signal when we're coming. I'll show you. It was by the house. It was by 1122 where I lost signal twice. Or it didn't lose signal. It just dropped a few times. My mods know because there was a couple drive arounds of me when I was getting footage that I was hanging out with my mods in a hangout, and they got to see it, and they would be the ones telling me, "Hey CJ, it says, what was it, mods? What would pop up when the phone service would cut out? It would be like, my mods know what it said. It said, I don't know. Mods, let them know what it said when we dropped signal, but it was all around 1122. And any time that I did make the drive around there, the only time that my phone, I never had any issues here, never had any issues in Pullman, never had any issues until I got close to 1122. Yeah, it said unstable internet connection. Yeah. So then I'd have to turn the camera off and then turn it back on, and then the camera, because the bars would drop out, so then it wouldn't show the video anymore. So we got a car dealership over here to the right, a Spectrum building over here to the right. We got some other businesses up here to the left. There's like 3 large buildings. I'm just going to count one for a camera. We'll just be fair. 1. All right, now we're heading up to another business. Now we're driving up to these stoplights. I only see little teeny ones, which I'm assuming are motions. So I'm going to add those to the motions tally. And we won't add any to the cameras. No, I don't have an iPhone. I have a Samsung. All right. There's no reason for me to go get a iPhone just to test out the reliability of phone service. When I'm looking at the phone service coverage, if you actually look at the towers, um, there's coverage around the city, in the city, but once you like get out like a minute or two outside the general roads of the city, that's when it will get choppy, especially going down south. And then even some parts of that route down south, there's parts where if you're in a car, you're not getting a signal. You actually literally have to be standing outside in order to get a phone signal down south of the PCA. You can just, it's there, any phone company has their coverage maps that you can search up. But you can basically see like it's all covered just for me. Um, all right, so there's a business to the left. More businesses to the left. There's Moscow University off in the distance to the right there. Now we're entering in Idaho. Applebee's. Welcome to Moscow right there on the right. Now, this right here is going to be this picture as you are getting in. All right, 1 second. So, when it comes to this Best Western Plus Inn on the photo here, that is going to be this camera that we're coming up to right here, okay? No, actually, it's not. This is outside of the picture. The next road is going to be that camera. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4 on those poles. The ones that are standing up really high, I believe those are the ones that are the surveillance. So I'm going to go ahead and mark 3 because it doesn't have a light on the left side because there is no traffic coming from the right of us. So we will just mark 3 for that. And I will go ahead and slow it back down to 0.5 now that we are here in Moscow. You got little guys up there too, right underneath that light pole as well. Let's see. Yeah, little cameras up there. I'll go ahead and speed it up just a skosh here. I think we can go 0.75. Businesses on the left. There's business after business after business. After this stretch right here, we got 4 businesses on the left. And I'm just going to wait until we get to the next stoplight, and I'm going to cut the cameras in half compared to the businesses that we come by. I'm not seeing any cameras on these light poles. I'm just considering 4 businesses that we went by, and I'm waiting until the next stoplight here. Now, the next stoplight is going to be that picture that I was showing you of that first camera. And then everything after that, except for the 2 cameras in the top right of Moscow of that picture, would have been ones that would have picked him up because those are on the route. All right, we got some homes on the left, apartments, more businesses. Now, this is where you would have turned right. Okay, Best Western is up. Whoa. All right. So Best Western is up and to the left. And let me go back just a little bit. 1950. I need to go to about 1948. Let me go to 0.5. And there's a camera right there being hidden. Motion 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you got a whole bunch of motion cameras. One's in the corner of the light pole and on the light pole. That's why I'm thinking those are the motion ones, the little ones. So I'm counting. Let me see. I got 1, 2, just 1, 2 on that one. 3, 4, 5, 6 motion. 4, 5, 6 motion, 4 cameras. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not to mention the businesses. I didn't count those yet. We went by 5, so we'll just count 3. 1, 2, 3. Right there, University of Idaho again. I'm going to share this picture with you guys. This is where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. That's the first camera we're getting to. Then we're going to be hitting this camera, this camera, this camera, this camera, these 2 cameras, this camera. So again, we're going to be hitting this one, 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 and this one, just on that small section of the route. All right. Just to give you guys a reminder here. And thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you so much. Let me try and get to the chat here. Okay, we got gas station. You know they got a camera there. O'Reilly's. Probably outside. Let me see. Did you confirm they had traction? All this is according to the PCA based off of the cell phone and the surveillance. Everything. So this includes everything. We got McDonald's. Car wash. You know the car wash has one. Another business. I don't even. What is it? I don't even know. I'm not counting it. Something else that says glass. Okay, I doubt it. I don't know. I'm trying to be fair. A vape shop. You know damn well a vape shop has a fucking surveillance video. You got Zips Burgers. Zips Drive-In. I would say probably. You got a shopping center off to the left and a Super 8 motel. You know the Super 8 motel has at least one. Ace Hardware. It's just a plaza. I'm just going to consider it one when it's got multiple businesses there. We're just being fair. Arby's. All right, we're coming up to this one. Super 8, Arby's, Sinclair, and another business, and a Wendy's, and I'm going to go ahead. There's 4 right there. I'm just going to count 2. 1, 2. Now we got how many motion? I see 1 motion, 2 motion. I just see 2 motions and 4, 3, 4, 2 motions, 1, 2 for motion cameras. Not very many motion cameras on this one. All right. Let me see here. So we got some other business, AutoZone. Let me see. Smeeches and Peaches or some shit. I don't know. So 2 businesses there. I'm just going to give it 1 cam. There's a shopping center off to the left. There's 3 stores. I'm just going to give it 1. I'll just give it 1 out of the 3. Let me see. I'm not seeing anything on these street lights. Okay, I do see some more coming up as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 regular. I don't. I just see 2 motions again. Two motion. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. We got multiple businesses on the left. Some kind of apartment complex on the right. Now that's a long stretch. I'm going to assume on the right hand side they got one at one end and one at the other, so we'll count 2 for that. There's 1, 2, 3 businesses right there beyond the plaza. The last time out of the 3 businesses, I only gave 1 camera. Out of this group of 3, I'm going to give 2 to give it the 50-50. So that'll give 1, 2 cameras, and then we'll see what the plaza's looking like coming up. Now, we don't turn until we get to Jackson Street. That's what it's named in Moscow, but it's actually Highway 8/95. My biggest question is when you had all of this surveillance, why did the community not get a photo of the vehicle? That's my biggest question. All right, we got a plaza on the left, a whole bunch of businesses going in a strip from right to left. I'm just going to give it 1 camera because really honestly, the one on the far end of the building towards us would probably be the only one that would be worth a shit. There's a mall. Let me see. We got the Empire to the right. They got to have 1. Small businesses to the left, at least 1. So 1, 2, 1 for each side. You got to have 1 at the front of that building. Sherwin-Williams, I don't know. We're not going to count it. Papa Murphy's, disappointed I didn't get to eat there. That's one place I did want to eat before I left, and I didn't. I bet they do because I could see the front door. We got business on the left, business on the right. That's a bank, and you know damn well I'm going to give that one 2 because you know damn well a bank has at least more than 2 surveillance videos. Let me see here. Not seeing anything on the streets. We got used cars. I'm sure they have one sticking out on their vehicles. We got a business to the left. It's a laundry business. I'm not going to count that. We got Taj Grocery on the right. I'm sure they have at least 1. We got a business on the left, a photography business. I'm going to say no. Paradise Creek Counseling and Consulting. Let's just go ahead. Probably. Moscow, some business. I'm just going to say no. Subway. I'm going to say no. That business to the left. I'm going to say no. This business to the right. Norco. There's 2 businesses right there. I'll go ahead and give it 1 camera. Now we have that's another place I wanted to go eat. I didn't get to. Whatever that business was, it was some kind of cool chrome looking building. All right, now let me see here. 22. Let me back up just a little bit because I'm not really seeing any cameras at this spot. Now slicing deli meats. All right, so we went by that business, Norco, whatever. So 95 and 8, we're going to be turning here according to the PCA. This is a route. According to the cell phone and surveillance of the PCA, this is the exact route that was taken. I'm not seeing any cameras on this light. All right, so I'm going to go back to this picture real quick. And it says there is a camera right there. Off to the left. So, okay, probably Wells Fargo. I'm not seeing anything on these light poles. On the light poles or the light. I'm not seeing anything there. Let me pause it a little bit before. I'm not seeing anything. Now there is right here. Okay, that's probably it as well. There's one right there. There's just one hanging off that street light right there. So let me pause it right there. See it? You can see that one hanging off the street light a little bit right there. What's up, Summer? Everybody else hopping in. Thank you. I'm sorry. I got to have this on full screen. Oh, Unravel's in here. I got to have it on. What's up, Unravel? I got to have it on full screen. Otherwise, I'm not able to like see the shit. Otherwise, on StreamYard, it's like this big and it's not worth the shit. So, what's up? All right, let me go back to full screen here.
How are you guys?
Oh, doing good. Just the amount of cameras already is crazy.
What's that license plate say?
I don't know. Washington.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. All right. Businesses on the left and the right. I'm just going to count 2. That's it. Bunch of businesses on the right, not counting them. Motel definitely is going to have one. Probably one at the beginning and one on the other end, so we'll give that one 2. I don't. Let's see what's motel, Jimmy John's. All right, so I'm looking at. I don't see anything on the light poles. I see little cameras. I see one little camera that's underneath. Now the ones that are motion, I think, are like on top. These ones underneath are like the 360s. So it looks like just one. Now there's a bank over there to the left. So I'm going to go ahead and count 2. I give 2 to every bank.
Are we counting the cameras?
Yeah. Counting the cameras on the whole trip. All right. I'm saying no cam. Oh, look at that. They got the Merry Christmas thing already ready. I'm not saying a camera on that. Point S. We'll just say 1. A&W. Oh, so good. Their A&W is so good. It's like restaurant food, like real restaurant food. All right. Business on the right. Business on the right. Business on the left. I'll just give it 1. Lodging. Parking lot.
I'm sure the parking lot has some, though, right? I mean,
yeah, but well, here's the thing. I'm not trying to get crazy ridiculous, so I'm not counting parking lots. I'm not counting homes. I'm not counting because you could literally like, I mean, the numbers could just go crazy. So I'm just focusing on basically businesses and surveillance from the street is basically what I'm going off of. Because, I mean, gosh, with homes alone, you could, you know, gosh, you could, the amount that you could come up with. Ring cams. So there's an apartment complex over there to the right. I'm just not even going to count it because I don't think that surveillance would be really, you'd see a car like that big. I'm considering surveillance that would actually have an actual decent photo being captured considering the angle and the distance of where these cameras are located, or buildings for that matter.
It looks
Speed boat.
completely gorgeous out there.
It is beautiful. No matter where you look, you see mountains. But it was so freaking cold there. The day before the vigil and the vigil, it was like, I was like, oh my gosh, is it going to snow? Like, it was getting that damn cold, and it was sprinkling and moisture. And all right, I didn't see any there. We got more businesses to the right. I think that's a bank. Yeah, that's another bank. Businesses to the left, vape shop. 1, 2, 3. State Farm Insurance. You have some kind of electrical business. State Farm, Jiffy Lube, electrical business, and a car wash. Car wash definitely has one. I'm just going to assume one out of those three has one as well. Napa and this other pets business, I'm just assuming one out of the two has one, so we'll just count one. All right, homes. I'm not even counting these ones. All right, gas station. This is that mobile gas station coming up. Definitely has a camera. I did drive up to it. There's a camera on each side. They got a camera on one side and a camera on the other, not to mention camera in front where the pumps are at. So they have multiple cameras on that building. Brian, you got to settle down a little bit, bro. You get a little too excited sometimes. All right, we got businesses on the left, multiple. I'm just going to say one. I'm assuming this definitely has a camera out here because it's got a whole bunch of stuff available for sale sitting out front there. Now we're coming up.
Yoli.
Huh? What happened? All right, so another one of them little teeny ones. I don't see nothing too much. And one looks like a motion and one looks like a camera. Let me go back a little bit. I'm not seeing anything on the light poles on the left, just the one up in front. So we'll just mark it as one. All right, now we're turning. All right, so I'll go normal speed now because we're just going to be driving by basically home or so business to the left, mostly homes coming up here. And then you got a church to the right, so business to the left. Summer. Did you? Oh yeah, because you put that in. You commented that on the video or something, didn't you? I remember. I think it was you. I saw that and I started laughing my ass off. I was like, "Oh hell yeah!" Yeah, that shit was fun. All right, I don't see any cameras here. This is Indian Hills residential. So really, you could have from 0 to 200 on this damn road. You just don't know. Excuse me. Yeah, I saw that comment. I was laughing my ass off. I was like, nice. All right, so now we're going to be coming up to the 700 block area where he supposedly was caught on surveillance. It's when it curves around here coming up. You'll see a worker truck on the right here. As we turn past that worker truck and go around, that's where he was supposedly caught on surveillance. 700 block of Indian Hills. All right, a church. I'm just going to go ahead and assume it has at least something. But I do give it 50-50, so if we definitely come up to something, then that's an apartment building. I'm not going to... All right. So now we're going to be turning onto Taylor. Or Steiner, I'm sorry. Steiner. This is Steiner. All right, business to the left. I counted one for the church. I'm just going to say 50-50. Not count it. Yeah, I went by that on one of my other drives. I went by a lot of other places too. I didn't just do this. I got a lot of footage. I did go by the church as well, and it didn't even look like a church. I'm just being honest. Okay, so coming up here, I don't see any cameras on these light poles. Now, this is the A&W that he was supposedly caught on surveillance by. That's the A&W. Oh my gosh, that's the A&W I'm talking about. That shit was so good. Oh my gosh, it was so good. Oh, so good. It was like I went to like an actual like dine-in restaurant. It was.
Do you not have A&Ws?
Not here.
No?
We did in Akron back home. It closed down a couple years ago. So I was like, I just ended up there on accident. It was when I was just driving around. That first day I was still trying to like, kind of like get my sense of direction, and I kind of ended up at the A&W, and I was like, damn, I haven't had A&W for a while, and I'm here, so I might as well. And yeah, oh, it was so good.
We had like 2 or 3.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
So good. So good. All right, so more homes, more homes, more homes.
Their trees are even pretty. Jeez.
I mean, if it wasn't for the snow and the cold. Okay, I want to mention this real quick. This is one of the areas where it said unstable internet connection. This is one spot, all right, where the cell signal dropped. This is one spot. The other spot is a few blocks up and over from where we're at right here, all right? Two spots where my signal dropped. Those are the only two. Other than that, it was completely fine. So for people to say that the cell phone service is horrible, I don't know what to tell you. Go to T-Mobile then. Because
Is
my
it good?
my T-Mobile, there's only two spots it cut out. It was good in Pullman. It was great on the way to Pullman, or on the way to Moscow from Pullman. It was great in Moscow. The only places it cut out was right here at this spot, and then another spot that was a few blocks down the road, where you're going down Taylor, and you curve around to go back onto Ridge Road, Walenta. That curve right there, the Ridge Road, Walenta curved road right there, that's the other spot where it cut out. That was it. This spot and Ridge Road and Walenta where it curves. So, for people to like say that, the cell phone service doesn't exist, I don't know.
I keep hearing that, but
Get T. That's what I'm saying. I kept hearing it too until I was there, and the mods were the ones telling me, "Hey, CJ, it cut out." Oh, okay, shit. That's how I knew the phone, because I was streaming with my phone for my mods, and I was taking footage because I wanted to do something special for my mods, so I let them kind of hang around in some of the trips, and they were the ones telling me when the phone was cutting out. So
nice.
when it went to unstable internet connection, that's where you drop in your bars, obviously, where you don't have your screen share going anymore. So I had to redo the screen share every time that it dropped, and it was only in this area and on Ridge and Walenta. So I don't know. All I can say is if people were having that issue, go to T-Mobile. Like, yeah, it's a great advertise. I'm not even trying to advertise for T-Mobile, but I'm just saying, get T-Mobile if you want service in Pullman or Moscow. Clip it, T-Mobile. Go ahead. This road right here, this is the road that I was saying that has different elevations. See how it's got like a curb that's curving around as it's going around to the right? Like this road, as we go more forward, the road starts like this, and then eventually the elevation of the road goes like that, and then it's very weird. So
Did
to
your
drive
ears
this
pop?
at night, huh?
Did your ears pop?
They popped. They would if I went outside of Pullman, they would start to pop. Because I think, because when you're in Pullman and Moscow, you're at a higher elevation, right? According to like some of the area, most of the area around there. So when I would like leave Pullman, and then we would kind of like go up in elevation, and then it would start to drop in elevation, that's when my ears would start to pop. It was during the drop, the drop in elevation. So this is Taylor Avenue, right? And this is kind of where the heaviness would start to hit me, right here. When you start to see that water tower, you start to see Sigma Chi, you know you're coming up. This is where it starts getting heavy. Now, really, the university building, I'm not even counting any of this stuff. I'm just counting one for the university building right there. Isn't it so beautiful how the sun just reflects off that chrome water tower or silver water tower? It's so beautiful. I mean, I'm telling you, it's beautiful. It was sad leaving this area. I was definitely sad leaving. I felt some kind of connection there. I felt like I was leaving something behind, and
I keep seeing dogwood trees there. It's so beautiful.
it's not going to be the last time I go. I said it was going to be the only one time that I go. It's not. I'm going to be making multiple trips.
Are you?
And then other than that, yeah, damn straight I am, for sure. I'm not going to lie, the trip it cost me about $2,600 fucking dollars for the trip, and
Yeah.
that's just the airfare and the vehicle. So it wasn't cheap. But there's the Chrysler 300 right up ahead. So now that we're ending the video here, there's the Chrysler 300. We're done with the deep dive. Like I said, if you want to watch, there's the second part of this video. I'll share it with you. If you want to check, here's this. This is the video with no commentary. Okay. You just got some commentary on this episode. And on part one, this is part two of the deep dive of this footage. I did part one last night. Part one covers this route right here. Okay. That route right there, 12 cameras. The route that we just did right now, and I will highlight that route. This route right here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. Hold on. Let me do this again. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 123. So 123 cameras to 12 cameras. That's why, and this doesn't include residentials and all this other stuff. That's why I say, if you're telling me that you're taking this route instead of this route, where'd it go? Come on, give me the picture. If you're taking that route that the PCA states instead of this route right here, this one's a no-brainer. 12 cameras on this route compared to 123 plus. Right. He doesn't have to prove innocence. They have to prove guilt. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. I appreciate it. It's a free way to help. That is going to conclude this part of the show and the part two of the deep dive. Yeah, it's not going to be my last time I go. We'll be going other times as well.
It looks
But,
incredible.
it
nice
is. It's
footage.
beautiful. Oh, thank you. It is definitely beautiful. I do miss it. I do miss it. But when I see pictures of it in the wintertime, I'm like, hell no.
Right.
Hell no. Yeah. Snow up to here. No, I'm good.
On the other side of that house in the back, it looks like it goes pretty high up.
What's that? Oh, in the very back where the parking lot is? In the back, where you park in the back, my tires are pretty much level with the third floor deck. My tires are level with the third floor deck. That's how much elevation there is back there. Where's Yoli? Yoli, are you coming? So 12 to 123. It's a big difference. To sit there and say that you're taking the route of the PCA if you stalked. No. Moscow University Commons has a video. Yeah, there's security cameras all over the university as well. So, like I said, no brainer. No brainer. All right. I'm going to see if there's anything breaking real quick. Thank you, Caddy, for here. I'm going to go ahead and show. This is one of the
Sorry
roads
about
right
that.
there. That's what it looks like. All right, let me see here. Let me see if we have any breaking real quick. Let's see. Thank you for the articles. All right, there's that. All right, let's see if there's anything breaking, and then we'll get into some of the other stuff. I got some stuff when it comes to the cell phone data stuff. I'd like to wait to watch the. I would like to wait to watch the court TV and stuff until Yoli can hop up, so that way both of you guys are up here when we check it out. Let me just check some breaking. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Okay. And the lawyer, Anderson Myers, has a new video out too. Let me see here. So we're going to get into... There's some stuff on Brett Payne we'll probably cover tomorrow. An unfinished story. Let me see here. Idaho4 revealed. That was another video. We're going to check out this Daily Mail 1 year later. Then we're going to check out this Idaho4 revealed video. That's it's called An Unfinished Story. I thought we would all check that out too. And somebody in the Discord chat had dropped that video. Tracy, thank you for dropping that as well. So, okay, yeah, no problem, Yoli. This one's going to be about 12, 15 minutes anyway, and then we'll be getting in as harsh as the meat and potatoes. So this is Daily Mail first here.
On November 13th, 2022, tragedy tore through the picturesque college town of Moscow, Idaho. 4 students were slaughtered in bed by a masked intruder. Now, on the 1-year anniversary of the Idaho College murders, there is still no justice for Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves. Brian Koberger sits in an Idaho jail awaiting a murder trial that may not come for many years. The truth is, 12 months after the killings, the biggest questions about the crime still haven't been answered. What was the motive? Who was the target? And did the killer know the victims? Now, we've made educated guesses, but the real answers will likely only be found at trial, a trial that was supposed to be wrapping up this week. Instead, it has been delayed indefinitely because Koberger waived his Sixth Amendment right to a speedy trial. Despite the gag order and delay, I have still learned a lot about the night of the crime in my year investigating this case. So here is the most detailed timeline to date that we have about the night of the killings and where things stand now. From the onset of the investigation, police believed that this was a targeted attack. Cops claimed to have collected evidence that their suspect, Brian Koberger, had been stalking the residents of 1122 King Road for months. In June of 2022, the 28-year-old moved from his hometown in the suburbs of Pennsylvania to Washington State University to get his doctorate in criminology. Roughly 2 months later, police say Koberger began popping up around the victim's home less than 15 minutes away from where his residence was in Washington. According to a search warrant, Koberger's phone began pinging in the vicinity of King Road on August 21st, and on that date, his phone was allegedly in the area for nearly an hour. He's also suspected of loitering around campus. A sophomore at the University of Idaho told a People reporter that they'd seen Bryant at the student union. Now, he was a student at a different university, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, based on phone records, investigators believe that Koberger went to the home and watched the house 12 times from late August until November. Now, Kaylee's family said Koberger allegedly got so close he was able to connect to their Wi-Fi. On November 12th, it was a game day at the university.
Well, I want to mention this real quick. That's the problem when people put so much into classmates and you know, old classmates, friends that haven't seen him for 7 years. when you're, you know, a aunt that divorced the uncle, when you're taking in all of this shit, that's why I have such a stance where, listen, if it's the family, you know, if you're a victim, if you're a family member, let's talk. Other than that, I don't care what the aunt that got divorced from the uncle has to say. I don't care what the high school buddy has to say. I don't care what the friend that hasn't seen him in 7 years has to say, because that manipulates the facts. And just like right here, you guys have a legitimate question. I wonder if he knew them. When you listen to these students and they were interviewed about, did you ever note it? Did you ever see him? Nobody fucking recognized him. Nobody recognized him when you actually asked the students. But you got somebody that is going to take some money for a fucking interview to say, yeah, he was around so much in our commons, I thought he was a student of the University of Idaho. Well, how in the fuck is that if everybody else in that community that goes to that school says, I've never seen him before. I don't know who Brian Koberger is. Never heard the name. Never seen the face. It doesn't make sense. So that's why, you know, there's other channels out there. More than welcome. It's cool if you want to entertain that shit. I don't. I got... Listen, we could have shows about that. There's other things that I would rather do with the time that we have available, and that's actually dig into facts and not take hearsay or somebody else's opinion that can be taken as a bomb fact. Like, give me a break.
Of Idaho. The campus was teeming with students decked out in Vandals gear to tailgate, party, and cheer on the team. But 4 of them would not live to see the next day. The residents of 1122 King Road, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan, and Bethany, spent the day out at a party together. In this now infamous photo, the roommates posed together along with Xana's boyfriend, Ethan. After this, the group split up for the night. Maddie and Kaylee went out to a local bar, the Corner Club, where they were seen on security footage from 10 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. Then a Twitch stream places them at a local food truck, picking up a late night snack. They were then driven home by a ride share at 1.
By the way, I did get to also drive down the road that the grub truck is on, Unravel. I do have that in my footage. I actually drove down that road during the day and at night. I don't know how to explain the road, but I drove down it, so I'll show you that
Was
at
it
some point too.
pretty or creepy or?
It's a side street. It's weird. You know how you got them pillars? You got those pillars that you saw in the back? In the very back?
In the back?
Oh! Yeah, the pillars. The little black street pillars. All right? That blocks off. So when I go down 95 and 8, when we go down on the PCA, the route that I showed you guys, we actually drive by it. It's off to the left. You'll see the little, as we're driving south on 8 and 95, you'll see the little black pillars, okay? Now, there's a different part. Like I said, I was there for a week, drove around, got a shit ton of footage, not just to the PCA route. So when I'm going down, I'm driving around Moscow, I whip around. I actually pull in to the frickin' parking lot where the grub truck parks. The grub truck was not there, obviously, because they didn't open back up until Wednesday, so they're not going to bring it back until Wednesday. But I take you down that road, and you can see where the freaking grub truck's parked. The setup is nothing like you would fucking think. I'm just...
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, when I drove down it, I was like, holy shit, this is the grub... This is where the grub truck is.
When you drove down it?
When I drove down 95 and 8, I saw the pillars, and I said, holy shit, those are the grub truck pillars. Got the address for the grub truck, confirmed it, went around, pulled into the frickin' parking lot.
It's a parking lot?
It's a parking lot. And it's creepy because the frickin' the alleys that go between it, so creepy.
Really?
So, it's so creepy. Yeah, we'll get to that footage at some point. I got so much.
Oh, no, now I'd be thinking about it.
I'll look for it here. I'll look for it when we get Yoli up here and we watch this court
Yeah.
TV. I'll find it and we'll get into it. Trust me.
Oh, I'm so
it's
interested now.
it's a setup. All of you guys, it's a setup. Like when you drive down the road, you're like, what? Like it totally throws you off. It's crazy.
While Xana and her boyfriend Ethan went to a party at his fraternity Sigma Chi. Surviving roommate Bethany was also there and told cops that the couple was at the party from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. The Sig Chi house is so close to the King Road residence you can actually see it from the front yard. By 2 a.m., all of the roommates were home, along with Ethan, who was sleeping over with Xana. The first sighting that investigators say that they have of Koberger's car that night was a little later at 2:44 a.m., leaving his Washington State University apartment and heading out of Pullman, Washington, towards Moscow, Idaho. Now, just as police say Koberger's white Hyundai reached the main road connecting the two college towns, his phone suddenly just goes off the grid. Now, he took a kind of weird roundabout route around Moscow. Now, I drove it when I was covering the story on the ground, and there were some random turns. The white sedan is picked up on camera in Moscow at 3:26 a.m. and 2 minutes later, again, driving now in the direction of the victim's home. Koberger does not dispute that he was out driving at this time. In fact, he's using it as his alibi. In court documents, his lawyers write, quote, Mr. Koberger has long had a habit of going for drives alone. Often he would go for drives at night. He did so late on November 12 and into November 13, 2022. They go on to say their client doesn't have anyone to corroborate this, nor can Koberger say with any certainty where he was driving and when that night, only that he says he was not at 1122 King Road. Investigators disagree. Police claim to have tracked the white Hyundai through surveillance footage to King Road between 3:29 and 4:04 a.m. Cops say his car was seen making 3 loops in front of the house. And then on the 4th pass, the car just disappears from CCTV footage for about 15 minutes. This is when law enforcement believes that he parked his car, entered the home, and committed 4 brutal, bloody murders. But if you're wondering if within that 15 minutes that we don't see him, the car might have just driven away in the other direction, the answer is definitively no. This street is a dead end. The only way in or out is to pass in front of the victim's house. Now, operating on the police's theory that this is their suspect, his car would be either up kind of a narrow street on the side or more likely parked.
Yeah, and I even drove you through at nighttime too. I drove you going into the apartment building there and then coming up that slope and then coming into this parking lot as well. I took you guys through that area at night. It ain't no fucking, it's no joke. Like the slope in that parking lot is ridiculous. Just trying to see as you're driving up the elevation to get on this part of the parking lot is freaking dangerous.
How creepy is that?
I'm sorry, what?
How creepy is it back there?
It's creepy. I went in through there one time and I parked where you see the front of the camera showing where the camera for the Linda Lane footage was recording. Then I backed out and I was trying to leave and I got confused because I was like, shit, which way do I go, right? Because the way that you come in, and I'll show that footage as well, the way that you come in, all the cars are parked in a certain way off to the left because the apartment building is on the right. You come around and you park in that parking lot. Then I backed up. I can see why a truck or something gunned it a couple times because literally I had to myself because of the slope. And then as I'm coming around up there, you can barely even see because the incline is so high. You don't even know what you're driving into. So if somebody's walking across in a certain spot, you might not even notice them. If there's a pet, you ain't noticing it. It's that dangerous.
Oh, no.
And it's so dark right there too. And you don't know how to leave because if you look at this picture, you can see all of the cars on the right because when you're coming up through that area where the Linda Lane footage came from, you're coming up through that area. All those cars on the right are the cars that are parked along the edge of that grass for the parking lot, and they're all parked at an angle as if they're pulling in between 1122 and the apartment buildings and going to park. So when you're going to leave, you're like, shit, what direction am I really supposed to go? And there's only enough room for one car, whether you're going into the apartment buildings, whether you're going up the slope fuck, you better hope another car's not coming, because then where are you going to go? You're going to have to back up and go back into the parking lot that you parked in front of Linda Lane. So there's like literally enough space for one car. The cars are parked in a direction where you're like, what way am I supposed to leave? Very, 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 for somebody that's not from there, I don't know. There's a reason why I only drove through that spot a couple times, because literally it's like, dude, this is so fucking dangerous, even in the daytime, because of the angle. It's too slopey. If someone showed there were different cars going around, I know how important. If someone showed there were two different cars instead of one. I mean, we don't even know if that footage, that's what I keep saying. We don't know if the timestamp's even real right now. We've heard some chatter being talked about how Steve G supposedly put out videos, or whoever, yada yada, but it's not been confirmed. According to Steve G, and I don't even trust Howard Bloom, but according to Steve G to Howard Bloom, he says that, he knew that Steve G knew that the videos were doctored when he put them out there, when he gave them to people, according to Howard Bloom. And I don't really necessarily trust Howard Bloom, but I don't. Ever since the Linda Lane, we did do a deep dive on it for a couple days. It was worth looking into, especially the video. I don't know about the audio, because a lot of audio can be doctored. The video, it would be really, you'd have to be very masterfully skilled to edit the video of nighttime footage, but not really hard at all to put a timestamp up there. That's literally nothing. So until it's confirmed, then I'll put more weight into it. Not that it doesn't have it, because literally that timestamp could be real too, but it's not confirmed. So
Did you
it
see
is worth looking into the video, though, huh?
Did you see an SUV that was multicolored, black and white?
In the Linda Lane, I haven't checked out the Linda Lane footage since I did the deep dive
Oh
on it.
no,
in
I'm
the
talking
beginning
about
of
when
the
you
summer.
went.
Oh, when I went, could I see what?
Did you see a SUV that was multicolored, black and white?
I did see some SUVs. One that was black and white. What do you mean?
Yeah, this
As
would
in
be
what?
noticeable. Like black
Like what?
and black.
Like what would be the white part of the vehicle?
I'm
Is it?
not sure in which way, but I think it's like white down the middle, like the driver door and passenger door. I'll pull it up. I'll show
No.
you.
Mm-mm.
No, okay.
No,
You
I
would
did see
notice it.
some. No, I
Well,
did see
prove it
some
up.
flashy SUVs. There was a beefy truck crew. Since you're here on Ravel, there was a beefy truck crew. All of my mods that were there with me when I was getting footage, some of them were there with me when the beefy truck crew passed by me a few times on different routes. There's some
Oh.
groups there. Yeah, there's some groups there that probably knew. You know what I mean? There's people that had to have known, because some of the shit was just kind of sketchy when it came to the actions that were taking place around me during some of these trips. But that's just part of what comes with it.
Hello. Hi.
Hey, what's up, Yoli?
Hey, yo.
Yeah,
Hi.
and when it comes to speeding away, like I said, they were looking. We went through it yesterday morning. I think I was showing you where the tire tracks would have been if somebody was speeding away on this road. I'm telling you right now, if I sped away on that road, because you'll see me leaving it on different parts of the footage, if I would have been speeding away, I probably would have slid into that garbage dumpster. No, I'm being serious.
Oh, that would be a hot mess.
Like I would have slid into the garbage dumpster. If you're trying to cut that corner at a high rate of speed, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You might slide into the fucking dumpster, the light pole next to the stairs. It's such a it's such a cramped area. All of it is. When you're talking, even in Pullman, when you're talking the student housing sections, it's all so freaking crowded. Hell, we've been studying these roads for a year, and the first day that I was there, because of all the different elevations and everything and all the weird, it's so compact compared to Google. I was literally getting lost like a block away from the fucking home. It was like, yeah, it's totally, when you have all the elevations and stuff mixed in, you're actually there driving these roads and you feel the gravity forces as you're making these turns and this, and you're just like, what? You know, when you're making these drives and you see all this footage, and then I finally go on Airport Road to show a different route of somebody that would have taken it that didn't want to get caught, and you're looking at the difference there and you're like, yeah, it's one thing to like see this shit on Google, but when you can actually be there, you can experience it, drive, feel, sense, smell, you know, touch, all these different things. It's like it just makes even less sense, especially with this route. When I went there and I drove that back road on the route that they would have took if you're not trying to get caught, that right there, I'm just like, dude, how in the hell would somebody not? I mean, think about it. Like, if you know the digital footprints that can be left, that's what you study. That's what you applied at these local LEs to help them out with, was forensic, cloud, digital, all of that. That's why you were applying for these LE positions for internships and such, was to help them out with that specific. So if you're going to tell me you're trying to help them out with that specific part of investigations, and then you chose the route, makes no sense. All right, just a few more minutes of this. I just wanted to point that out since we're at this elevation part here.
Right back here, giving the driver a straight shot
And it is so dark back there too.
into that back sliding glass door. 4:04 a.m. is when cops say they lost sight of the Hyundai. It's consequently the same time that Xana got a DoorDash delivery. Now, the driver has been interviewed by law enforcement, but we don't know if they saw the suspect or perhaps the vehicle. Surviving roommate Dylan, who slept on the second floor, said that she woke up around 4 to noises above her, which she said sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog. But then she said she heard one of the girls say, "There's someone here." Now, Maddie and Kaylee were on the third floor, sharing a bed in Maddie's room. Kaylee's room was up there too, but she had recently moved out because she was graduating that semester and she was actually just visiting for the weekend. The evidence...
No, actually, we found out from Steve G a couple days ago that she actually had a final she had to take on Monday. Not that she came back to visit. There's a lot of this shit. When did this video come out? 7 days ago, Daily Mail? I'm surprised. Because there's already been a few things in here that's just been hearsay. And other things that if you just watch the interviews of the families, I don't know. Come on, Daily Mail.
Point to the killer's intended target being on the third floor.
They're usually good.
Otherwise, if the target was on the second or the first floor, why would you bother going all the way upstairs at all? A process of elimination leaves Maddie or Kaylee the likely target. I personally don't believe that he anticipated the girls sharing a room, so I feel like the plan just went off the rails pretty much out of the gate. The Gonsalves family told 48 Hours that Maddie was the first victim killed, potentially pointing to her being the target. But Mrs. Gonsalves also said that the way the bed was positioned, Maddie was sleeping closest to the door, making her the first body that the suspect would have come into contact with. A K-bar knife sheath, which cops say held the murder weapon, was also dropped next to Maddie, kind of signaling that this is where the start of the killings was. The snap of that sheath contained a single source of male DNA that investigators say matches Brian Koberger. According to records, Xana was awake at this point and still on TikTok at 4:12 a.m. Moments later, Dylan hears a female crying and a male voice saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Then at 4:17, a neighbor's security camera picks up, quote, voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud, and then a dog barking. At this point, Dylan has peeked out of her bedroom door several times and didn't see anything suspicious. But after she heard the crying, she looked out one final time and saw, quote, a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She described him to police as being 5'10" or a little taller, athletically built but not muscular, with bushy eyebrows. Now, I personally don't think he saw her, because what she says next is that she stood there frozen and he just walked past her toward those sliding glass doors. At 4:20 a.m., police claim they then saw Koberger's car, again on camera, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. Remember, his phone is still totally off the grid at this point and doesn't pop back on until 4:48 a.m. when it pings a tower south of Moscow, Idaho on a dark, desolate farm road. Cops say Koberger's car is then picked up again on cameras around 5:25 a.m. in Pullman, Washington, heading in the direction back to his apartment. Now, before the bodies were discovered the next day, records show that Koberger's phone returned to 1122 King Road on Sunday morning around 9 a.m. and stayed there for approximately 10 minutes. 911 wasn't called until 11:58, basically noon. This call has always been shrouded in mystery. The call came from one of the surviving roommates' phones, but neither of them, Dylan or Bethany, actually placed it. Police said that several other people were at the house and multiple people spoke to dispatch. The call also wasn't for quadruple homicide, it was for an unconscious person. There are a lot of theories about why this is. We've gone into it in previous videos, but officials have never explained it. Now, at this point, the hunt was on for a violent killer, and cops didn't seem to have a clue where to start. They said it was one of the bloodiest crime scenes they'd ever seen. Weeks went by with no real updates from Moscow PD, and the department was heavily criticized for it. Then on December 7th, we got a little bit of an update. Police asked for the community's help in locating the driver of a white Hyundai Elantra seen in the vicinity of the crime because, quote, investigators believe the occupant of this vehicle may have critical information to share regarding the case. But still, no suspect or person of interest had been named. Then, seemingly out of the blue on December 30th, an arrest was made more than 2,500 miles away from Moscow in Pennsylvania. Brian Koberger. Koberger owned a white Hyundai Elantra. He was a PhD student in criminology at nearby Washington State University, and his DNA was matched to the sample of the knife sheath through another sample, which was taken from his father that law enforcement got out of their trash. According to Kaylee's parents, Koberger also allegedly followed their daughter and Maddie on Instagram.
Maddie's Instagram account and look at her pictures, and he liked them.
Sources had previously told People magazine that Koberger actually followed all three of the female victims and had repeatedly messaged one of them. The messages weren't mean or creepy. They were kind of innocuous, just, hi, how are you? But they were completely ignored. Since Koberger's arrest, police have searched his office on campus, his on-campus apartment, his storage unit in the building, his car, and even his parents' house. And they have collected some potentially damning evidence. Hairs, receipts, samples of dark brown and red stains, and the thing that stands out to me, an ID hidden inside of a glove tucked inside of a box. They also pulled a ton of digital data from Koberger. They took it from his phone, his computer. They also scoured his accounts with places like Amazon, Google, social media, and even dating apps. Without the context, though, we really don't know how probative any of this would be in a court case. The killer's bloody clothes and the murder weapon have never been found, the two biggest pieces of physical evidence. Koberger, in the meantime, has been in and out of court multiple times since his arrest for various hearings, but he hasn't said more than a few words to the judge, and he hasn't spoken to the media. He actually refused to officially enter a plea, so one was entered for him as part of Idaho's stand silent option. In recent weeks, the defense team has tried and failed to get cameras tossed out of the proceedings. They also lost their bid to toss out his indictment. At this point, the case is still moving forward, but it's kind of at a snail's pace. We thought we would be wrapped up by now, and no trial date has officially been reset. Search Daily Mail videos on Facebook for more clips like this. For more true crime content like this, hit like and subscribe.
Ooh, that was a lot. I don't know. Merc, you should check out the article read through I did of the Mark Carver case. That is from the Innocence Project. Definitely support the Innocence Project. The Mark Carver case is actually a perfect example of how BK could be innocent. So I will drop the link to that read through I did of the article. Definitely check it out. How Brian Koberger could be innocent through touch DNA. All right, so we're going to get into the part of the show where we're going to sit back and watch that court TV special. Now, we had it on Sunday. We were able to stream it live, and it was kind of funny because I don't know why people just didn't watch our show, because it was the only way you could have watched it for a couple days. I don't know how I get this shit, but we're going to check out the episode. And what's up, Innocent Until? Thank you again for the shout out. I appreciate that. We are going to get into the court TV special. Now, I know a lot of people have requested to check it out. Again the last few shows. Sorry we couldn't get to it before, but we're going to get to it tonight. So if there's any parts of this that stick out, go ahead and mention it in chat. If there's any parts that you know are coming up that stick out that you want us to keep an eye out for, go ahead and drop it in chat as well. We're going to go through this now. Some of the mods were discussing how possibly Olivia was there when Bill Thompson. I'm not sure. We're going to take a look at that. What else? Just go ahead and drop it in chat. And thank you again for hanging out, Merkley. Thank you for all your support over at Truth and Transparency, too. Appreciate you supporting over there as well. So we'll go ahead and check this out. Like I said, drop it in chat, whether it's something coming up or something that you notice, and we will check it out. So this, again, is the Court TV special, The Case Against Bryan Kohberger, that aired on Sunday.
The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located.
The true crime story that sent shockwaves across the country.
All of us are shaken.
4 murders, and then the guys just running around on loose is a little unnerving.
The victims, 4 college students.
Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee. I miss her smile. She was so giving.
Positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
Now, a PhD criminology student accused of the murders.
How you feeling, Brian? What did you do?
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Bryan Christopher Kohberger.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today?
Every inquiring mind wants to know why. Why would Bryan Kohberger do this?
The maximum penalty is death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Plus, the evidence.
On that knife sheath was DNA, likely left there by the killer.
Including those 12 times when he's hanging around this house. You better have a pretty good reason for this. Guess what? The defendant, the suspect, the accused, what does he drive? A white Elantra.
The way that we have been convicting Kohberger is absolutely appalling and disgusting.
I want all the evidence out. I want it to be clear.
If I'm the parent of one of these poor kids, he is the boogeyman.
I try not to think too much about any of the darker side of the aspects. I just try to stay positive. There'll be days where I have to focus on the negativity, but today's not one of them. I miss her smile.
I got one of those bracelets.
So giving. When she came home, she was always giving me a hug, always making sure she got a hug before she left the house. Just the simple things. These girls were born 14 days apart. We loved them both so much. It was a great, great story, and I'm sad that it ended, and we lost them both at the same time. I'll never see this car as mine. She paid for it. She felt like this was a super cute car.
It was emotional riding with Steve in Kaylee's car on her birthday. We saw that vehicle at that home each day inside the crime scene tape. Kaylee and her friends Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death at the University of Idaho. And that car was part of the reason Kaylee was in town that weekend of the murders.
When she bought our car, it wasn't her birthday, but it was a gift that she gave herself because she just got a new job. So I remember her being super excited for that and, you know, showing Maddie and driving down there and showing her friends off with it.
Those friends, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan Mortensen, and Bethany Funk, all lived together in the house on King Road, along with Kaylee's dog, Murphy.
Murphy, you've been a bad boy.
There's a video of all 5 of the girls together in the home posted just 2 weeks before the murders. They're laughing, making fun of each other, imitating each other.
Did anyone do their chores today? I'm just gonna do it. You didn't get out of here. You seriously got to get out of here.
If you look back at their moments, you can actually see their whole lives. These girls really did do the social media stuff.
Get down. Get down.
And these girls, you know, they were everywhere. So people got a taste and a look and a feel of who they really were. I think people connected with that. And then if you go back, you can see, like, I hate to say it, but like the last hours of their lives.
Those last hours included 2 photos posted by Kaylee. On one of them, she wrote, "One lucky girl to be surrounded by these people." According to investigators, that last night, Ethan and Xana go to a party at the Sigma Chi house. They're there till about 1:45 a.m. that morning. Maddie and Kaylee go downtown Moscow, to a bar called the Corner Club. And then about 1:30 a.m., they walk to a food truck to grab a bite to eat.
And then what was the next?
Don't forget to remove the spoon.
The carbonara back of the week.
Here, I'll grab it for you.
Excellent. And then click see rewards.
Enjoy.
And it looks like you not quite have enough ones yet.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
$10.
So about 10 minutes later, the video shows Maddie reaching to grab the food they ordered. Kaylee has her cell phone up as if she's filming the moment. They're laughing with each other until you see them run out of the frame. By 2 a.m., all 5 girls and Ethan Chapin were back at the house on King Road. In just over 2 hours, 4 of the 6 would be dead.
Everybody here? My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you received to be extremely accurate. The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Based on details of the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims.
Right away, I think everyone knew this was going to be a big story. I mean, you've got 4 college students taken down at once inside the same home. And the chief comes out pretty quickly and says, listen, no forced entry here. This was a targeted, isolated attack. So most of us thought it should be solved pretty quickly. But that's not what happened here.
We didn't make sure we clarified. Okay. Have them restart this feed or...
We arrived in Moscow just days after the murders, and you could immediately sense that this was a community on edge, and you could understand why. 4 young people have been brutally murdered, and nobody knows why, and nobody knows who's responsible. I actually met a group of professors from the University of Idaho. They were out for a bike ride, and they really summed up what the community was going through.
It has deeply affected all our students and our faculty and our staff, and it's been just a struggle to get through this last week. So,
how hungry is this university, this town, for answers?
Very much so. The fact that there isn't an answer makes this even worse, you know.
All of us are shaken. I've heard from people all across the country talking about this tragedy. It's a small college town. We all know each other. People in the community knew these students, so everybody's affected one way or another. And part of it's because we just don't know anything yet.
We also met the prosecuting attorney, Bill Thompson.
Any new details?
Nothing that I can share.
How was the crime scene?
I can't talk about it. Everybody's working together. The investigation is still active, absolutely.
How long they're going to stay here at the home?
Don't know, as long as they need to.
I ended up sitting down with Bill Thompson in his office. And remember, they had not identified a suspect. And a lot of people were wondering, are they going to solve this? And it was one of his answers to me that made me think they know a lot more than what they're saying.
Would you feel safe having a child living near or on campus?
I would, but I say that knowing that many people would not. And I'm probably I'm in a different situation because of the information and the knowledge that I have of how the investigation is progressing.
Coming up, weeks go by without an arrest.
Just your mind has to spin like, okay, what is going on? You know,
Some people can commit crimes, and there is no justice for that family.
What the families and public didn't know about the investigation.
Partly under her body, partly under her comforter, on her bed, likely left there by the killer.
I'm going to pause that real quick. Thank you for becoming a member again for 3 months, Aquarius. Appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys and the kind words for watching it again. Sorry, I'm just checking this different footage here. Trying to get that spot for you, Unravel.
Moscow is a very typical university town. It has a vibrant downtown with places to eat, places to drink, places to gather.
There's not really much surrounding Moscow. Rolling hills of just wheat fields and various other farms.
And you'll see that on just random footage because I did take some driving out in the country. The rolling hills are so beautiful, especially when the sun hits it at an angle and you see the depths of all the different hills and stuff. It's crazy.
It looks so amazing.
It is. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful.
It's sad that something so terrible happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. I mean,
it makes it look creepy now.
At night.
To me.
It gets dark as shit at night. That's no lie.
Small town feel. I think that's roughly 25,000 people, give or take a couple thousand.
I think of North Idaho as a pretty off the map type of place, pretty safe place, very family friendly. And to have 4 murders and then the guys just running around on the loose is a little unnerving.
Weeks after the murders of Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves, no arrest had been made. To the point that a lot of the students there on campus had cleared out because there was this fear among the community. And even some of the victims' family members had fears that the investigation was stalled.
I had private investigators and different things, and that's why they told me to slow down, Steve. You know, this thing. You know, me as a father, it's never fast enough, and I want to just charge ahead like probably just like a dumbass, but that's what I knew.
What the families and the public didn't know was that the detectives had some significant evidence and leads, including DNA and a potential eyewitness. At the time of the murders, according to investigators, Kaylee and Maddie were on the 3rd floor of the house in Maddie's room. Kaylee's dog Murphy was across the hall in Kaylee's room. Ethan and Xana
Just missed Olivia. Where? Back here?
The country talking about this tragedy.
It's when Bill Thompson.
Yeah, Bill
It's
Thompson.
a small college town. We all know each other. People in the community knew these students, so everybody's affected one way or another. And part of it's because we just don't know anything yet.
We also met the prosecuting attorney, Bill Thompson.
Right there.
Any new details?
Nothing.
See? It looks like her.
Hold on. And I found that spot, Unravel. All right. It's crazy. Shout out Caddy. She found another episode. It's the Secrets of the Snake River. Bill Thompson as he's younger. Still same beard. Still saying the same shit. There's only one guy that could have committed this crime. All right. I don't think that's her. I don't think that's her. Let me go full screen. I don't think it's her.
Oh, she looks really
You think it looks like her? I don't think it is.
The rounds are her around her eyes are like there's something going on.
I think it looks like her. I mean, I don't know if it's her or not, but people were talking about her belly that maybe she was in her early stages of pregnancy. I don't know if that matches up.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it does. Let me take a photo here.
It may not be her. I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna take a photo. We'll zoom in on it. Give
Yeah,
me
her
one
eyes
sec.
look really dark.
I just don't see her face. Hold on. I gotta save it and then send it to myself. And then we'll zoom in on it. Let's see here. Give me 1 second and we'll zoom into it. Sorry this takes me so long to do this. I wish StreamYard would just let you just click from one to the next. It doesn't. You have to undo, then do, da 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 da. All right, here we go. I just don't think it's her. I don't know.
I don't know either. It looks like her, but she's. The eyes look like she hasn't. Like she hasn't slept.
To me, I don't know. I'm looking at the face, and to me, Olivia's face seems wider than her. Has like a skinnier face. Olivia seems to me like she has a wider face. That's what I'm looking at. The facial structure with the cheeks. Look at the cheeks too, especially the one, what would be her right cheek, the left cheek for us. You know, on the left side.
Yeah.
Olivia has big cheeks too. So
Yeah,
I don't
she
know.
does look
I'm
like
looking at-
a little thinner.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not her. I don't know. I can't really tell. I mean, it looks like her at some points, but then other points it doesn't.
Well,
But it does look like this person, whoever she is, she has dark circles under her eyes, like she hasn't slept.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it could be the
I don't-
lighting. I don't know.
It's just me. And then I think it kind of like turns away after. Yeah, she just turns away after that.
I can't talk about it. Everybody's working together. The investigation is still active. Absolutely.
Yeah, how long they're gonna stay here at the home?
Don't know. As long as they need to.
I ended up sitting down.
He just makes me think of some cocky ass motherfucker. I don't know. I think it's her. Yeah, I mean it might be. I don't know. I'm just looking at the cheek structure. The news. I mean, it is a good question though. So we can we did went through that video, did a zoom in of it. We can definitely I mean, I think so too. I thought the same thing, Katrina, but I'm not a female, so I didn't want to say it. But yeah, you know.
Had some significant
Oops, man, this is loud. Is it loud for you guys, or I'll just turn it down to skosh?
It's not bad.
Huh? Is it
It's not like overwhelming.
okay?
including DNA and a potential eyewitness. At the time of the murders, according to investigators, Kaylee and Maddie were on the 3rd floor of the house in Maddie's room. Kaylee's dog Murphy was across the hall in Kaylee's room. Ethan and Xana were a floor below. Across from them was Dylan Mortensen, and on the 1st floor was Bethany Funk, who was in her room.
Dylan will be a key witness in all of this because she's on the same floor as 2 of the murders. And she opens her door 3 different times. Now, the first couple of times, she really didn't see anything, but she was hearing voices. Maybe it was the dog. Maybe somebody was crying or something. She wasn't quite clear what she heard. But the third time she opens the door, she sees this tall figure dressed in all dark colors, and she noticed his bushy eyebrows. And then this man walks right past her.
Imagine what it would be like to be a young woman who opens the door and sees this man all in black, and all you really see are his eyebrows, and he's tall and he's big. And he just killed 4 people with a knife. He walks right past you and out the door. How close to death were you? It gives me shivers to just think about what that is. And that must just roll through her head every single day. Yeah, that's gonna stick with a jury.
According to investigators, Dylan described herself as being in, quote, frozen shock when she saw a man inside her home in the middle of the night. She was so scared, she locked herself in her bedroom. But the thing that raised eyebrows is that nobody did anything about it. In fact, 911 was not called until noon the next day, about 8 hours after the estimated time of the murders.
Some people, when they're very frightened, they just shut down and they tend to isolate and hide. And basically, it's a seeking safety response. If she had been drinking or under the influence of something, she might have just shut down because she really didn't know what to do.
The major piece of evidence that the public didn't know about was a knife sheath left behind likely by the killer. It was found partly under Madison Mogan's body and the comforter on her bed. On the snap of that knife sheath was DNA.
So investigators had DNA from the crime scene, and they took the DNA and they ran it through the National Crime Database, and there were no hits, no matches. But the DNA was still useful because you could eliminate potential suspects. And there were a lot of them, not only ones that law enforcement was looking at, but a whole bunch that people online, all those true crime sleuths that are out there, were looking at as well.
I'd made a video a few weeks ago. Jeremy Regan was included in that video, and a lot of people since then have said that he seemed very suspicious or he was the murderer.
My name is Jeremy Regan, and I live just a couple doors down from where the murders happened.
I first met Jeremy Regan about a week after the murders. He was a neighbor of the girls on King Road. Once people saw Jeremy on camera, many started to speculate that he possibly was the killer. What was it like to be accused of something so horrible?
Offensive. They watched my interview and they said, hey, he's kind of weird. It must be him. And so then they dug into everything I ever did on social media, stuff that my parents had posted about me, taking everything super far out of context. For some people, it was definitely worse.
See, things like this that happened to this gentleman right here, you're playing with people's real lives, you know? Again, it's one of the reasons why I'm so strict when it comes to information. Like, shit like this right here. This is a perfect example.
Than others. I know the various Jacks and Jakes, they got hammered.
Jack Decor and Jake Schreiger. These two guys are the boyfriends of Kaylee and Maddie. As a matter of fact, Jack shared a dog, Murph, with Kaylee. So a lot of people are looking at them, and investigators looked at them as well, but cleared them. So law enforcement says these guys are innocent, but the folks online weren't convinced.
There was also Jack Showalter, who was at the food truck when Maddie and Kaylee were there. He became known as Hoodie Guy. So people were analyzing the food truck video, and they thought he looked quite suspicious.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and take a convenient pause to show you guys grub truck footage and the layout, and you guys are going to shit. All right, hold on. Just wait to unravel. Actually, I have to go to the video here. Let's see. General videos, 46. And I need to skip ahead to I need to skip ahead to 1730. All right, so this is as best as I can. Vinny is convinced, right? Big time. The facial expressions. He's too big to give the camera eye contact, you know. All right, so this is. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of our faces here real quick so you can see it full screen. And I'm gonna get rid of the banner too. And we'll get back to that Court TV episode right here.
That's where the grub truck was?
It's coming up. Now we're turning left. Right here is 3rd Street. Okay. Now, I'm going to be driving by it. So off to the left. I wish it would let me go to full screen. I don't know why it's not letting me. Hold on. Why is it not letting me? 1 second. Okay, let me do this. Shit. Hold on. It's not letting me do full screen. What if I do this? It's not letting me do full screen. Crap. I have to do this. All right, I guess this is the best I can do so I can go full screen myself. So if you see to the left, you can see those pillars, right? You see those pillars unravel on the street?
Yes.
The grub truck will be to our left. So you see those little black pillars for the sidewalk that you see in the very back of the grub truck. So just keep that in mind as we're watching this. All right, now I will switch to full screen because I know what's coming up. I just wanted to make sure that I paused it there for you guys so you could see it. Now, I'm going to turn around, and this is when I'm going to be turning in to where the grub truck would be turning into to go park, and you'll be like, this is what? Okay. All right, so I'm turning the corner. And if you're a member, I'll be releasing all this footage as time goes on for the members only. This extra stuff when it came to this trip. Straight ahead is the Latah County.
I know where this is.
Yep.
So the grub truck would be on the left coming up.
Right. Yep. And I'm gonna turn in because there's those pillars there. Okay. So you can only turn into this road, and you the only way you can get out is to go back out from this road. This is where the freaking grub truck parks. So off to the left, right, would be where the grub truck parks in front of that building. Off to the right is where you have the businesses and the windows in the background off to the right. Okay. Look at this. This is so fucking crazy. It does not make you. All of those windows, when the people go to the back, right, middle, and disappear around the corner of the building, they're going around the corner of that building on the right-hand side. This is where the grub truck is parked, off to the left. Isn't that crazy?
It is weird.
Isn't it?
It seemed like it would be closer to the...
The whole layout is just freaking odd. But yeah, now you can see the layout though, can't you? You can picture the grub truck being on the left, the business windows on the right-hand side, the go around the corner of the building in the back. You got the cement pillars back there, people running back that way. You got alleys on the left and the right, dark-ass alleys on the left and the right. And then the street, Highway 95/8 going south, is right on the other side of those pillars, which is where I paused it for you before we turned the corner and came down here. Isn't that creepy? Crazy.
It's weird. It doesn't, I don't know.
It doesn't make sense. After watching the grub truck all this time and then seeing the actual, you know what I mean? It's like, wait a minute.
I would have never thought it looked like this.
Right.
That is strange.
So I'll go back around in front of it, and then you can see us pass it off to the left. Whoops. Here, let me go to this spot right here. So we're turning down the road. You're going to see the pillars on the cement to the left again. So you know this is an actual frickin' street. I got so much footage, everybody. So much. I'm just going to be showing you guys different parts as we discuss things here and there. I mean, that's the best that I can do. To have all of it played at once, it'd be hours and hours. Yeah, so think about it. Where the car would have parked, right? They would have been parked on the street that we just drove down. Right there. That's a farther back view of it. I wish I could go to full screen, but the video's covering up the option to go to full screen. It sucks. I don't know how to do full screen without. Maybe there's like a F function. Hold on. Let me see. Is there an F function? No, there's no F function. Excuse me. Well, there's the zoomed out version of it. I'll zoom back to the camera. I'll let it play just a couple more seconds, and I go to park, and then I just turn around. So you'll see this alley right here. Look at how creepy this is. The frickin' alleys, people. Can you imagine how dark it is where we thought this layout was completely different when we see it in the daytime, right? Imagine how dark that alley is.
Oh, hell no.
See all the windows? Yeah. Did you even know there was an alley there, Unravel? For real.
My heart is thumping.
For real. I didn't even know there was an alley there. And then this is where everybody's walking to leave. So if you're seeing them walk, if you're watching the grub truck, you're seeing them walk away to the right, up and to the right. This is where they're walking. I mean, it's crazy. The layout, just all this time that we've studied this, I'm speaking on myself. This time that we've studied this layout is just like, what? What? It's crazy, ain't it? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm having a double shock right now.
It's crazy, ain't it? I thought the same thing when I was driving it. I was like, what? I wish I could have been like Gray Hughes and gave you a 360 view, as I'm driving the car. Maybe one day we'll be able to get a camera that I can like suction cup on the top of the vehicle, and it'll just get a 360 video of everything. I think that'd be sweet. But until then, or until I have somebody that's driving the vehicle and I can actually like hang out and jump out and do all this other stuff, this is the best that I could do. But yeah, like the whole layout in the daytime is just like, what? I gotta join you up for a show on there for a Chris Watts thing. Sorry, I didn't get your message until later, Unravel. I was running a shit ton of errands, and then I came back and I was doing shit at home, and then I hopped on to get ready for the show.
You don't even know just now what just happened.
Yeah.
Oh. I watched part of it, Unravel. I just wasn't able to chat.
Towards that. Oh, thank you. Oh, you guys, you don't even know what just happened just now.
What? Can you say?
Not yet. I sent
Okay.
CJ some pictures. This is what I've been saying the whole freaking time.
Uh-oh. Well, let me get back to this court TV
I'm
thing.
sorry.
No,
Yeah.
you're good. No, because
I
trust
got
me, I
double
have like,
shocked. You just shocked me with what you just showed me. I'm like, and like I was going through something and I was like, what is happening?
yeah,
My heart is
it's
stopping. Like I almost want to throw up.
oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Okay. Well, have to see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let me get back to this. Listen, I got like a whole bunch of shit for 19 other shows. I do other case. No, for real, like 19 other cases. I really do. I need to start doing some different shows. I do need to have one on Chris Watts sometime too. But yeah, let me
Well, we didn't
see what
see
this stuff.
anything. We didn't, but I described what I have been seeing, and oh my God, it's there.
Okay. Wow.
What's there?
It's what I've been saying, what I've been seeing, because we just did the thing, and everybody's like,
What,
no, no.
NK? NK
Well,
at the
no,
truck?
it's not. It's not. No, no, no.
All right. Well, tell me in
I sent you the picture.
Okay. Yeah, let me get back to this here.
You know, there's been a lot of speculation and rumors. We're the official source of information. Individuals who are being harassed in this situation, people need to be careful.
Another early focus of the investigation was video.
Yeah, look at that. Video. See those cameras? We already went through that. 12 to 123, depending on the routes. Does anyone remember the first call to Jack D? I would have loved to have been watching you look around when you do. Lori.
Was it
It's not the only trip
252?
I'm going. Huh?
252 or 4?
What do you mean?
You just
The
said,
call?
yeah.
Oh, Nina was asking, does anyone remember the first call to Jack
Oh, I
D?
thought you were asking us. Sorry.
I mean, I'm asking everybody, really. It's a question. And Lori, that's not going to be. It was going to be my only trip in the beginning, but it's not going to be my only trip. It's just going to be probably next spring or summer. It was a pretty expensive trip, but it was definitely well worth it, because this case is, we've been talking about it the whole time since we started the show. So to me, it was definitely worth every penny to be able to go out there, not only experience, but to get all the footage and everything that I got. Yeah, I don't know what it, to me, it was just it seemed like staying busy on a phone, to kill time, I suppose, is what it looked like to me.
Detectives gathered recordings from homes, businesses all around the time of the murders in that area. And one thing stood out. One vehicle stood out. That was a white Hyundai Elantra.
We're looking for that car because we believe through our investigation that car was in the area during the time of the murders.
According to investigators, beginning at 3:29 a.m., the white Elantra made 3 separate passes by the house on King Road. Then at 4:04, they say it was back for a 4th time, stopping in front of the house before traveling on to do a 3-point turn. It then drove past the house again and out of the camera's.
Now, I want to show this here real quick, okay? This right here, this is a good animation because that really does match the actual terrain and slope. So it is a very well done animation, I do have to say, because it does match it up pretty good. Now, pay attention to this, okay? You're seeing the car drive here. Right here is where it turns. That is where you're going to have the tire marks, okay? That's where you're going to have the tire marks. You're not going to be Now look, you see the building right here? If you can see my cursor or not, I don't know. I wish I had. Does anybody know of a way or some kind of device that I can get to where I can like take a pen or something and use it to, like the football people do. You draw circles on shit and it shows up on the screen where I can like. If anybody knows about one of those, can you drop it in chat or let me know like what I need to look for? Because I really would like to have one for the show where I can actually like do that kind of shit.
You might be able just to get one of those pens and then download a app.
I don't know. I don't know. I just whatever I need. I just want to be able to know like what I would need to be able to do that, because there's so many times that I try and explain shit and I wonder if I have my cursor like 8 times the size of a normal cursor and it still doesn't show up that big on these videos. So just a better way to present shit when I'm talking about it, because if you look at this building right here to the left of the car, you can see the lit up side of that building. That's the apartment building, right? And then in between that is where those stairs are at. So if you remember when they were investigating the street, when it came to the tire tracks, they were investigating the street by those stairs. So if you look at where that building is compared to where the stairs are, compared to where the car would actually be leaving the tire marks, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Because if a car is going to be going the opposite direction of what you're seeing right now, they're going to be leaving at a high rate of speed. That's the exact point that you're going to see those tire marks, not by the stairs. All right, hold on 1 second. It's a great animation.
Out of the camera's view. At 4:20, it was back in view and leaving the area at a high rate of speed.
Right there. That's where your tire marks would have been. Think about it. I'm gonna rewind this. I'm gonna slow it down and just picture it yourself. Right here. So if this thing is leaving at a high rate of speed, it's obviously going to be gunning it right here, because you're not going to, if you're turning the corner and then you gun it, I'm sorry, your tires are not going to leave tire marks. You're already going. If you're going to leave tire marks going a high rate of speed, it's going to be when the car turns, because that's when gravity takes effect. Right, come in here. That's not where they were looking. That's not where they were looking at the tire tracks that they were all excited about. It doesn't make any sense for the tire. Listen, I'm going to slow it down again. I'll show you where they were looking at tire tracks. Again, this is where the tire tracks would have been. Starting here, going here is where the tire tracks would have been. They were searching right there. Are there really going to be tire tracks in that spot? No. No. Even if, say you hit the high rate of speed right there, you're coming up to a T section. You're not going to jump on the gas right there when literally in 5 seconds you're at a frickin' T section where you got to slow down, because if you don't, you're going into the house directly in front of your fucking ass. If you're going at a high rate of speed, according to here, yes, you're going to be going at a high rate of speed, maybe right here. Maybe this is where somebody would gun it, but I'm telling you right now, I drove the street, and if I was going to gun it, I probably would have slid into the frickin' dumpster. It's already a tight corner. That is where you would have had your tire marks. Not all the way right there. Not happening.
This white Elantra, and there's an officer, a campus police officer from Washington State University, across the state border, who decides to run a list of all the white Elantras on campus. And he finds one. It's registered to a guy named Brian Kohlberger.
They end up finding his car in the parking lot of Kohlberger's campus apartment. When they run his name, they find that he had been pulled over twice in the months before the murders, once in Moscow and once in Pullman.
Hello. Sir. Hi, I'm Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and video recorded.
I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so you know, yeah, where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh.
So even if you're kind of slightly, yeah, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few lines. Like there's one white line and there's another one. Like there's like a certain margin in which you can actually kind of put your vehicle, place your vehicle.
During the traffic stop in Moscow, Kohlberger gave the officer his cell phone number.
Now, when you get a phone number, it changes everything because you get access to it in a different way. That's one more piece of evidence, one more piece of the puzzle. Is it enough to see what the puzzle says? Not necessarily, but you're getting closer.
According to investigators, Kohlberger's phone records showed that between 2:27 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. the morning of the murders, Kohlberger's phone was turned off or in airplane mode or possibly out of battery, but it wasn't connecting to any cell phone tower.
Sometimes it's not about evidence. It's about the lack of evidence that actually matters. In this particular case, we had a cell phone that was turned off for a very specific window of time. During a window of time where 4 people were murdered, and he is the singular suspect.
Well, Bred to Kill, it's not stated, just that there was tire marks that they were investigating. The bigger point that I'm trying to show, it's not the same spot that there would have been tire marks if somebody was leaving the crime scene at a high rate of speed. Oh, you're welcome for that too. Thank you for the gifting of the membership. But it was more about showing where the tracks were being investigated compared to where, if you're using logic, where the tire tracks would have been. And I'm telling you right now, you're not gunning your freaking gas pedal by the stairs because literally in a couple seconds you're at a T section. It's just, it's too dangerous to even leave that at a high rate of speed, let alone I will show you some footage where we leave and you'll see what I'm saying. The dumpster is right on the other side of where you turn. And yeah, you're more than welcome to, Jamie. I appreciate that. It's just about finding the truth and justice, and that's it, you know.
That means something.
Investigators say that when they looked back at
I hope you've been doing good, Brad. Appreciate you hopping in, buddy.
Kohlberger's cell phone records in the 5 months leading up to the murders, that his phone was in the area of the girl's home on 12 separate occasions.
This was not just something where he happened to be in the region one time and it's easily explainable. The problem is now you really have to be able to explain that other dozen times the month before. You better have a pretty good reason for this.
Coming up, the arrest.
Hey, Brian. Brian, what you doing? How you feeling? How you feeling, Brian?
How strong is the evidence against?
It could have been from breaking as well. I mean, seriously, I don't. If you were leaving at a high rate and I could see you breaking because you don't want to slide into the frickin' dumpster. But it's such a tight area and road. To even go at a high rate of speed on any of those roads, whether you're going by the apartments, going through Linda Lane, I got to take you through that. I'll show you that too, like going from where the footage was captured and then up and around. That's even a tight area. I mean, I just can't see anybody going at a high rate of speed.
In conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old
Thank you for the sub, Janice.
Brian Christopher Kohlberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee.
Mr. Kohlberger was taken into custody without incident. The scene was turned over to the FBI Evidence Response Team for processing.
According to a Monroe County, Pennsylvania prosecutor, when SWAT arrived at the family home of Brian Kohlberger, they found him standing in his parents' kitchen at 1:30 in the morning.
Kohlberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into separate Ziploc baggies.
The DNA found on the knife sheath under Madison Mogan's body was the piece of the puzzle investigators needed. 3 days before Kohlberger's arrest, detectives used trash from Kohlberger's parents' home for a DNA sample that turned out to be a match to the suspected killer's father.
Imagine what happens when you're finally able to get the results of the DNA sample that you pull from the father. You can just hear the champagne popping. This is a quad murder. That has to be elation in that squad room, in that war room, when they're sitting together and they're looking at each other and going, we got this guy. We've got this guy.
After Brian Kohlberger was taken into custody in Pennsylvania, he met with an attorney who said publicly that Kohlberger told him he believed that he would be exonerated.
He is very intelligent. In my hour conversation with him, that comes off. I can tell that. And he understands where we are right now.
All right, I'm going to show you this footage here real quick. I'm going to take a pause. I'm going to show you the footage here real quick of that road when I'm leaving 11:22. I'm going to show you the road leaving, okay? This is how tight this damn road is. This is how tight this road is. Nobody's leaving or taking maybe breaks, Bred to Kill. It's probably a better possibility. Look at this. If you're turning that corner at a high, you might go into that damn dumpster, yo. This is me going just a few miles an hour. You almost hit a, look, I almost hit a, you're not, I'm sorry. And then if you're going to hit the gun right there, you know, with the speed and no. It's not. It's not. To tell me that you're leaving there at a high rate of speed, you're gonna leave marks, if you are, which is freaking dangerous as shit, especially at that time of night when it's that dark. If you're gonna be making peel outs by the dumpster, see that pole right there? This is the exact view of when they were searching that street looking for the tire tracks right by that pole, people. It makes no sense. You're telling me right here after you turn straight is when you're leaving frickin' tire marks. No. You're leaving tire marks
Wait a
when
minute.
you're turning. When you're turning. What's up?
Yeah, but what if, oh my gosh, what if Bethany Funk, oh, I'm sorry, BF ran out of the house, and as he was, maybe it's not him, I don't know. Okay, so what if they were driving, she was running out, maybe it was him, that would be the unique experience.
What do you mean?
Like if she ran out of the house and he going down almost hit her and then like kind of like lost it a little right there because he almost hit her or something.
She ran out of the house. Like,
I'm just saying, it's just a theory. It's not what happened. I'm just saying, like that
Yeah,
would make.
yeah.
like
If
she
if
saw
Bethany,
him turn it?
yeah, if
What?
she ran out of the house and saw the car and saw
Like if
somebody
he
in the
almost
car.
hit her. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that was the experience, her unique experience.
Yeah, because they did state it was a unique experience that no other witness could provide.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
so
thinking
if she saw him, and let's say the crime was being
If he
committed,
did or didn't do it,
it couldn't be him.
no matter what. Yeah.
That
Well,
could be true.
either
But
way.
I mean, we don't know. That's the
Right.
secrecy part of it, is that we don't know, so we're left to speculate, and it's kind of
Yeah.
like,
It's unfortunate, that all the speculations.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I was
wish-
picturing
no,
it when
not
you were
what you're
talking.
saying. I'm just saying in general, like the LE, there's no reason that there should be this much
So
speculation.
many questions. Yeah.
Yeah, so many questions that could, you know what I mean? Because there's like a lot of shit that we don't even talk about just out of respect. It's not about the clicks and the views. It's about the respect, number one. And there's a lot of things that we don't even talk about just because of the lack of evidence when it comes to it. Just like those could be possibilities too. They definitely could,
Well, I was listening to you talk, and I was trying to
Yeah.
picture if something happened, and that just popped in my head. That's all.
Well, okay, so what? Like she would have heard the squeal?
No,
can't
like
see
he
somebody-
almost hit her. Like, say
Like
he
she
was coming
ran out
around.
after him?
No, not nothing to do. Like she ran out of the house out of fear or scared or whatever. If she ran out, he was coming around the corner, and right there, he kind of like
She saw him.
made tire marks. Like like
I mean, I
she
could definitely see how she maybe ran out of the bottom of the house because she was scared, and maybe she hid somewhere outside, and that would be the unique experience other than any other witness would be her like hiding between a couple vehicles and watching this person leave the scene of the crime.
Well, I'm not
Definitely.
saying. I'm just saying, like if
I'm
he
just
was.
saying,
Yeah. Okay.
don't you think he would have? But so this is why we always kind of questioned why the two other they're surviving, right? One of the questions is why would somebody leave witnesses behind? So I would have to ask that too. Like if he notices somebody coming out there, I'm not saying somebody's going to turn around and pull over or slam on their brakes, hop out and run after somebody, but
I mean, what if he didn't even? I really don't know. I'm just saying that was just a thought. When you were telling this story,
Yeah.
I was like trying to picture everything.
yeah, it's just mainly like the tire tracks. I don't even, when they're investigating tire tracks, it's like the tire track that was on the gravel in the parking lot. They're like, oh, we found a tire track, but it's like, dude, you didn't have the parking lot closed off in the beginning, and you
Yeah.
had half your fucking force parked up in that parking lot. So how good is a tire mark on gravel where you already let everybody pull up on compared to a tire track that isn't even in the right spot? If somebody would have been leaving a tire track if they were leaving the scene of the crime at a high rate of speed, that tire track would have been right here. You're not even close to where they were looking at because they were looking at right in front of the pole. Between
Could
the
it have
bush
been
and
brake
the pole.
marks then? Like brake marks?
But why would you? I mean, but again, you're not going to apply the brakes when you're going straight. You're going to apply the brakes when you're turning
When
a
you're
corner.
approaching.
Well,
Yeah.
And if you
but to avoid to hit someone.
Right. And that's why I'm saying the tire marks wouldn't be here. They'd be where you're turning. That's where the tire marks come from, is when gravity hits your vehicle, you're changing the direction of your momentum. And that's where the tire marks come from, is the change in momentum. You're not in a change of momentum when you turn your steering wheel straight. The momentum is back with the direction of the vehicle that you're going. So there's no reason for tire marks to leave any tracks when you're going with the tire mark. The momentum when you're turning is a different momentum on your tires. That's where the tracks come in. This is not a spot where tire tracks are made. And I'm sorry if you're going to tell me that somebody gunned it right here. Actually, not even right here, because let's go to where they right here. If you're going to tell me somebody hit the freaking gas pedal to gun it at this spot, then they must have had a DeLorean, because that's the only damn car that can hit 88 miles an hour and get the hell out of there with hitting the gas pedal. Any other vehicle, I'm sorry, you're in more of a danger at hitting something when you're turning this corner than you were at the previous one that we just turned if you gunned it there. It just doesn't, especially in that darkness, it doesn't make sense. Especially at that time of night. It is so dark there. Especially because there's no light barely coming around. You know what I mean?
It seems like you'd have to have like a little tiny car to be able to maneuver.
I could barely even see the street signs in the dark. And yeah, it's so scrunched.
Like a little tiny, I
It's
don't
so
know.
tight. You literally have all the way around this apartment building, you literally have one freaking space for a vehicle, and that's it. No matter where you go in this area, look, you even go down this road. Good luck. You got to damn near drive up on the curb.
Oh, look at those kids.
Yeah, I think one of them was Jack.
Oh my gosh.
But I don't know. I saw from the side and I was like, oh, damn.
Well, you can't see their faces, so.
No, I backed off a little bit because I
Yeah.
didn't want to get them on camera.
Interesting. All very interesting.
All right, we're going to switch back to the Court TV episode here. The next time I pause it, I'll have the footage of the Linda Lane at night. You'll see how tight it is, and I will be leaving the scene as well in the darkness, so you'll also get the same footage in the dark, and you'll see exactly what the hell it's like and how dark it is, especially going through there. And then also when you're going up the incline in the Linda Lane parking lot, you're going to see that too. It's creepy as shit. But back to this Court TV episode. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. If you missed part 2 of the deep dive of the PCA route from BK's Steptoe to 1122, we did the deep dive of that with all the security photos. The cameras. Check out the first episode we did last night. Part 2 was earlier in this one, and now we're covering this as well.
How you feeling?
Plenty more tonight.
Even though Brian Kohberger wasn't fighting extradition, he still had to appear in a Pennsylvania courtroom. I was inside of that courtroom when he walked in, and everyone was able to see him for the first time. His mother broke down into tears. The Kohberger family, they were sitting on the front row of that courtroom. He made sure to make that eye contact with them, and he kept looking at them.
Big breaking news, folks, just moments ago. Here it is, the arrival of the accused killer in Idaho.
It was quite a scene when Kohberger arrived back in Idaho. He was taken off the plane in Pullman and put into a pickup truck, and then a caravan of law enforcement vehicles drove him into the Latah County Jail parking lot where media and even members of the public were outside waiting for him. The next time we saw him would be in a courtroom.
The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Unlike in his Pennsylvania appearance, where Kohberger looked back to see his family in the courtroom, he seemed to make a point in Idaho not to do so, likely because he knew the victims' families would be in the gallery.
I feel like he's scared to look at me in the eyes and start to understand what's about to happen to him. You know, he picked the wrong family.
So once the suspect appears in court, prosecutors release the probable cause affidavit, and this stuff is filled with detail after detail after detail, things we didn't know. 18 pages worth. And at that point, the public got some answers. But more importantly, the families finally got some answers.
You read the affidavit and you just find out that nobody understands exactly why, but he was stalking them, he was hunting them.
The affidavit in this case lays out the evidence against Brian Kohberger, but there is a gag order here, so we don't know everything the prosecution has. But a lot of people think he's the guy, he must be guilty. But there's a long way to go, and a lot of people think that this case isn't a slam dunk.
It's absolutely disgusting. This guy does not have a presumption of innocence. He has the assumption of guilt. I'm Sarah Azari. I'm a criminal trial attorney in Los Angeles. I'm currently a legal analyst for News Nation, and I am the host of the Presumption podcast. You know, pretrial convictions of high-profile defendants in high-profile cases is nothing new, but Kohberger is a whole other level. And I think not only we found him guilty of slaying the 4 Idaho students, but we've decided that he's going to get the death penalty.
The most significant piece of evidence for prosecutors is the DNA of the defendant found on the knife sheath of the alleged murder weapon located underneath victim Madison Mogen's body.
We don't know when and how this DNA got there. So if Brian Kohberger is person A and he touches this knife sheath, and then somehow this knife sheath is picked up by somebody else. I mean, he could touch it, he could handle it, it could be anything. And then that person then somehow is in this Kings Road home. That is a perfect explanation of how Kohberger's DNA was on that knife sheath. Is insufficient to place him in that home, let alone to place the murder weapon in his hands. That's why I'm not at all worried about the DNA.
I'm Tiffany Roy, and I'm a forensic DNA expert. I work privately in the area of forensic DNA and forensic biology. I've been doing this work for 17 years. DNA can be transferred onto items that people have never contacted and never touched. It can be found in rooms where people have never set foot. He may never have touched that sheath, and his DNA could have been transferred there by some contact with another item or another person. We can't tell how it got there. We can't tell when it got there.
Or it could be there because he committed this quadruple murder and took the lives of these 4 students. And maybe when he was closing the snap, his thumb touched it before he even showed up at the murder scene. And maybe that knife sheath got loose because those girls were fighting for their lives. Now, you take that evidence in conjunction with all the other evidence, including those phone records. Wow.
Investigators believe that Kohberger's cell phone was off or in airplane mode around the estimated time of the murders because he turned it off.
We've been saying it was off, his phone was off. We don't know if it was off. It could have been off, it could have been in airplane mode, or it could have just simply not picked up signal during that time. What's odd, of course, and what's problematic for the defense is that his phone did pick up signal before the murders and after the murders.
Another significant coincidence, for those who believe in coincidences, I don't, is that there's this white car that's driving around and around at the time of the murders, close to the scene of the murders, caught on video. And guess what? The defendant, the suspect, the accused, what does he drive? A white Elantra.
The car's driving around, but then suddenly during the window of the murders, we don't know where this car was. We don't know where it was parked. We just know nothing about the car. Identification of the Hyundai Elantra as like the suspect vehicle, that's a problem.
Another part of the case against Brian Koberger is an eyewitness account. Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates, she told police that she saw a man around the time of the murders dressed in black, bushy eyebrows, wearing a mask covering his nose and his mouth that walked past her down the hallway.
And then we have Dylan, the surviving roommate, and she's so afraid that she goes in her bedroom and locks herself up and then doesn't call 911 for 8 hours later. Okay, that is highly unusual. We look to expected behavior, expected response, reasonable response. That is what makes sense to jurors. Jurors are normal people. So you tell them a story, it better make sense, right? And it doesn't make sense.
Credibility always matters with witnesses. And this witness comes across as credible. Is she flawed? Yes.
Next, the house on King Road.
No one that lives here is here right now.
And the type of person capable of committing these murders.
Whoever did this, be it Koberger or someone else, is a sexual domination killer.
All right, I don't know where she's coming up with that shit right there. All right, there we go. I'm going to show you guys that video now. When it's at night. All right. This is at night. All right. So this is a different part of Moscow. Give me a second. I actually have to get to 11:41 on this video. All right. So this is me. Give me 1 second here. All right, so this is Steiner. No, this is Taylor. This is Taylor Avenue. Linda Lane is to the left. Sigma Chi is to the right. You can see the E and the X. You can see in the tower up in the right. Excuse me. So this is how dark it is. Obviously, you got some light in the sky from back there because of the incline and the slope up there. Now, watch until we get back here. You'll see how dark it is. You got a couple of those old ass lights, and that's it. Uh-oh, unravel, something happened. It's such a tight spot. I mean, look, one car, that's it. That's all you're getting through. So now I'm, excuse me. Now I'm going to be pulling up to where the footage of Linda Lane came from. So I'm going to be parking where you see it in the exact view coming up here. All right. So that is where the camera from Linda Lane was recording right there. All right. Now I'm going to take you through the back part of this apartment building, and then I'm going to park at the back of the property And I'm going to show you not only the incline, but how tight it is. See, right here, I'm like, shit, which way do I go? Okay, I'm going up. So now you're kind of like, the way you got to turn, it's hard to see. Then, see with the way these cars are parked, it's like, wait, am I supposed to go out this way? Because how can I go out the other way? And then I want you guys to see how dark it is without my lights here. Look at the difference between headlights and no headlights. Forget this tree that's in front of me. If I can go past it here. That's the difference. It's so damn dark back here. Without the headlights, it's so damn dark back there. How would you see anything? How would anybody know that you're even like staking it out from back here? Now, I couldn't park where the blue car was parked this time because the green car is there. But such a tight spot. I don't know how anybody would think that they're safe leaving or, you know, going anywhere at a high rate of speed anywhere around there. You see how tight it is between 1122 and the apartment buildings. This, you see how tight it is going around those apartment buildings. See, and they were investigating the tire tracks, like I said, right by that pole. The tire tracks are going to be up there at the corner where the car's momentum changes. Right in front of our face, right there. That's where the tire tracks are going to be. Thank you, Nicola. And look at this. See, this is what I'm saying. With the cars that are parked this way, you're thinking, okay, this is the entrance, the other way's the exit. How it just, yeah, confusing. But so tight going through there.
It looks like only one car can fit at a time.
Yeah, that's
right?
what I'm saying. All the way around. Whether you're going up 1122, you're going around the apartment building, you're going on King Road even. It's hard to have two cars. But yeah. So there's that. I'm glad I get to show you guys all this little bits of footage here and there of all these different things instead of just talking about it. And using Google can actually use footage. It's beautiful. So dark and narrow it is. It is. All right, Unravel. I don't know if you had to go. If not, just click the same link and you'll be able to hop back up. We'll still be going for another hour and a half or 2 hours going into different things. After this, we're going to be touching on some of the cell phone stuff that I have prepared for you. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff that I listed off at the beginning of the show that we're probably not going to be able to get into, but we will be in tomorrow night's show. So thank you all for hanging out. Thanks for coming to check out the show if it's your first time. Appreciate it. And we got plenty more to come tonight. And thank you, Yoli, and thank you, Unravel, for hanging out tonight up here. Appreciate you.
Okay, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Plus, Brian Koberger's defense.
If he says, I was in this house before, that's why my DNA is in this house. All of a sudden, you might have a completely different trial.
Hey guys, Moscow PD. Hey, turn the music down. Turn the music down. Hello, miss. What's your name?
Xana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes.
We've already talked to Maddie once and told her the same thing.
The house at 1122 King Road, where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered, was known as a college party house going back before Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan, and Bethany all lived there. In the fall of 2022, just a few months before the murders, Moscow police responded to a noise complaint at the house on multiple occasions.
And if I do have to come back here, $300-some tickets coming your way.
Okay.
And it only gets more expensive from there. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fair. Absolutely. There was even an instance where there are people at the house, but none of the roommates are even there.
How goes it?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Who lives here?
We're not actually sure.
You don't know who lives here?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
We're just here for a noise complaint. So everyone here is trespassing?
Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one that lives here is here right now.
So where'd they go?
They're just not here. I have no clue where they went. No clue.
So you guys just throwing a party in their house at
They were here at one point. They're not here right now. I just searched all the.
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to go over to another party.
Okay. Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure.
Jeremy Reagan lived near the house on King Road for
Okay,
a few years
can I say
and
something
saw
real quick?
a lot.
Okay,
Of
you
course
see
you
those? Yeah, you see that how the cop is talking to them in that whole
Yeah.
video. You don't
Oh,
think that they could be interrogated
Oh,
and
Yoli.
the truth come out?
J-
I mean,
This-
just look
okay.
at them.
When I talk, this is why I think like the university. I'm starting after my trip and experiencing the things that I experienced. I really feel like the university runs that town, and I feel like the cops not only are run by the university, but I feel obviously the frats are too. And I think there was a reason why the students were allowed to.
To leave?
Uh,
I mean, I look at
I wish I
those
could-
two guys at the door, and they're like, well, I'm not sure who lives here.
Well-
Everybody went to a party, and it seems like if the police were interviewing people, they could crack it. They could get one of those students to crack.
Yoli, you're talking. Listen, there's not that many students. There really isn't. Okay, when you break it down, you're talking about a small ass town. They know everybody. Okay, they know who fucking lives there. They know.
Yeah.
Now, yes, students interchange living situations all the time. Understandable. There is a rotation. But for the most part, you know who lives there, right? You even have their phone numbers. You even have the photos of their IDs on your fucking phone. We
Yeah.
will, when we get into these body cams, you'll see a lot of shit. They do have control over the students. I feel like the university has control over a lot more than just the students.
That's what it's
I'm not
looking
gonna-
like.
I'm not going to say that they dictate everything that PD does, but they definitely have influence and a lot of influence. That's what I'm going to say. I'll just
Yeah.
put it that way. A lot of influence. And it's one of those influences where they know that they can get away with shit that normally you wouldn't be able to get away with because they have such a strong hold on the community and the financial
Part of it, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think it's ridiculous. That's why, the last, tonight earlier in the show and yesterday in the morning show, that's why I'm flipping out sometimes because it's like, man, the community should be treated a hell of a lot better from this university than the way that they're being treated. And it's one of those cats that are too fat to worry about letting other people have a nibble. And I think it's just a bunch of bullshit. And I totally feel for
Yeah.
the community. But
Okay. That makes, yeah.
Tell me about
That makes sense.
the house. What do you know about the house?
So when I moved here my first year, that house was not super bad, notorious for like students going in and out partying all the time. My second year, there was a ton of people all the time, in and out constantly. And then my third year, which is the year that all this happened, it was much more similar to the first year I was here. They did have more stuff going on there, but they were definitely nowhere near as loud, as crazy as that second year that I was here.
Does the fact that so many people were in and out of this house factor into the case against Brian Kohberger?
The fact that this Kings Road house was a party house is a huge big deal because it expands the universe of suspects. Who was there at the time of the murders? What was their connection to the victims? Who had access to this home before? Did they have possible motive to kill? For months, we've been calling this a party house. This is a party venue.
One of the most important parts of this case is that DNA. And what we know is this is a party house. We know that there were hundreds of kids in this house. It could even have included him. And the thing is if he was in this house, are you suggesting that these four know everybody who's been there? I doubt that. And as a result, if he says, I was in this house before, that's why my DNA is in this house. Now we talk about that, and we talk about DNA transfer, and all of a sudden, you might have a completely different trial.
It's not just that the defendant's DNA is in the house. It's on a knife sheath, which is found next to Maddie's body. I'm a former prosecutor. This is game over DNA. And it's not just any DNA. It's single source DNA.
Single source DNA profile is the most informative type of profile we can hope to get from a crime scene. It's a lot of clear information and it's a lot of very specific information. If you're looking for DNA from a perpetrator, that's something that's related to a weapon and a weapon that could have been used in the commission of this crime. It would be a very rare event for anyone else to match with a single source male DNA profile. So it's very strong evidence.
Brian Kohberger.
After graduating from DeSales University in the spring of 2022, Brian Kohberger was accepted into the criminology PhD program at Washington State University. At the time of the Idaho student murders, Kohberger was a teaching assistant. And a few of his students came forward to say they noticed a difference in his behavior after the murders.
No reason to connect him to that, at the time, but definitely around then, he started grading everybody just 100s. He seemed preoccupied is what I would have said at the time.
He would come in, be there for 10 minutes, leave, not say much. So he didn't really do that much, but you could tell there was some off about him.
What's still unclear is the prosecution's theory as to why he would want to kill these young people and what, if any, was the connection.
Motive is not an element of crime or murder. But of course, every inquiring mind wants to know why. Why would Brian Kohberger do this to 4 innocent victims, college students? Could the state go to trial without motive? Absolutely, but I bet they won't. And the problem here is that we don't even have a connection to these victims. Forget about motive.
Steve Gonsalves, Kaylee's father, believes there's a good chance the murderer was tracking Kaylee and/or her best friend Maddie.
I'd be a little bit surprised if there wasn't a clearer touch point that would suggest that he was interested in 1 or 2 of the people more than he was the others.
An Instagram account that was taken down shortly after Kohberger's arrest with the username of Brian Kohberger was following several members of the Kohberger family. The account also followed Madison Mogan.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Madison Mogan's father.
I first met Maddie Mogan's father, Ben, at the Mad Greek restaurant a few weeks after the murders. Maddie and Xana both worked there. It's a popular restaurant in downtown Moscow. Tell me about what a beautiful person she was.
Well, she was so great. She lit up every room she'd come in, and she was just so positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
The Mad Greek restaurant. It's also one of the first places that comes up if you search for vegan food in Moscow. We know Brian Kohberger claims to be a vegan because he asked for a vegan meal plan at the jail.
So maybe he did see Maddie and Xana at the Mad Greek and sort of became obsessed with them. But prosecutors made a point in their probable cause affidavit. They went into detail about this Reddit post that the defendant allegedly made, calling out to criminals to provide him with the reason why they chose their victims and committed their crimes. Now, I understand he studies this stuff, but this is still a little strange.
Sounds like he's looking for the reasons why people do the things that they do. Maybe to answer the question for himself. Maybe to explain for him why he's motivated in the way that he is. Are you trying to figure out who you are, or are you trying to figure out who they are? And in this particular case, I think the prosecutors are going to say, yeah, this was about him trying to figure out who he is, because we can tell you who he is. He's this guy.
I am Siobhan Scott. I am a psychotherapist from Portland, Oregon.
So what are your thoughts about this Reddit post?
I see a theme with him for years in his online writings of going back and trying to make sense out of himself. And I think he was in that category of, I'm studying all this because I want to understand myself. And so I think that was driving his research. There's also, in a rather perverse way, perhaps an attempt to develop some sense of camaraderie with other people and to get a sense of maybe I'm really not the only one who has these thoughts and feelings and experiences.
What do his studies tell you about Bryan Kohberger?
It's not that unusual for sadistic.
And when it comes to what the hell this lady's saying, I don't know where she gets her shit from. This was part of the Court TV special. I'm glad Chanley was doing it because Vinny probably would have went fucking nuts on this shit. But I don't know. She's just saying a lot of shit. It's just like, where do you get your shit from? Honestly, because there's a lot of assumptions with what this lady's saying.
Yeah, and she's a psychotherapist. She just said she's a
Yeah.
psychotherapist. So when she talks, she has to have some basis for what she's saying. And I haven't
It's
seen
like
Bryan
she's-
interviewed for anything.
Right. It's like she's talking about as if she's studied him. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
It's like-
and no.
Yeah, you've only seen him
No.
pull over. You've seen him get pulled over by the cops. Okay, that's a unique circumstance. That's not something that happens every day. He hasn't spoken a word about what he's been accused of, as far as I know. That was on video that people could look and analyze. I mean, I don't know why she would be saying this if I just don't get it. And it bothers me because, you know,
You're just making assumptions. It's more assumptions. It's more assumptions, and it's, you know, that's why I just had to pause it real quick and let everybody, from my point of view, like, come on,
Yeah.
I don't know anything this lady's saying. I don't know. When you talk about somebody like you studied them, like you knew them, and we know that you didn't, because there's a fucking gag order. You already know that you ain't talked to him. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's baseless.
It's more of a, like somebody typed in chat, it's a spin of a narrative, and that's exactly what it is. It's a spin of a fucking narrative. It's part of the group. This is why I enjoy being on YouTube, and I enjoy not having a board of directors up above me, because she's a byproduct of that, and we're not. That's why we don't have to say shit like this to remain relevant, because what she's going to have to go along with the status quo. Otherwise, she's not going to be considered taken seriously, and then she won't end up on Court TV.
Yeah, and she's a psychotherapist. I mean, she does
Yeah,
therapy one to
She
one.
made these statements. She made these statements to get on fucking Court TV. Yeah, what's up, Snap? Thank you for hopping in, and that's exactly right. Profiling him without fucking profiling, without knowing him. It is. It's part of a spin. It's unfortunate, but you know, some people have to get on Court TV. Sorry, lady.
killers to study criminology. We think of the BTK killer in Kansas, the Golden State killer in California. Both had criminology degrees, and the California killer did go on to become a law enforcement officer, and there have been quite a few others. So I think there are three reasons people study criminology. The first is because they're altruistic and they really want to make the world a safer place. So they have good motivations. The second reason is because they're absolutely fascinated by the criminal mind.
I mean, and anybody can answer this shit. I mean, the yin and the yang, you know what I mean? The yin and the yang exist. There's good and there's evil. I mean, you talk about biblical shit. There's good angels, there's bad angels. I mean, it's anybody can say that. You could drive a car and the tire could be flat or it could be full. Oh my gosh, I had to go to school to tell you all that.
Which can be a fine reason, but the dark side of that is they're trying to figure themselves out. And the third reason is because they have a plan to commit crimes, and they're studying police tactics and procedures so that they can become a better criminal. And if Kohberger is the killer, I think those second two reasons would be at play. Whoever did this, be it Kohberger or someone else, is a sexual domination killer. And this is someone that's created a sadistic.
See, I don't know where she came with that. Yeah, that's something. Like, I don't know where she came up with that. A sexual domination killer. What the hell are you talking about, lady?
I don't even know. What, does she counsel or does she do therapy with sexual domination killers to try to help them? I mean, I don't know what her basis is for saying
I don't
that.
know. I do have to say she does an amazing job at matching that suit jacket with her hair.
With her hair.
It's a great match.
Yeah.
Other than that, whatever this lady's saying, that right, Brandywine, she done lost her damn mind. She done lost her damn mind.
God.
Ever loving mind. She's lost her ever loving mind. Fucking crazy. All right, back to it.
Theatrical production based on fantasies that he's had for many years. Now, the fantasies serve to meet his emotional needs, to express rage at women,
CJ?
and to have a sense of God.
Yeah, go ahead.
CJ. Yeah, I have to hop off for a bit. I can come back. Okay?
Yeah, I'll probably, yeah, no problem. No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Yeah, this lady, yeah.
Like power, because others' vulnerability makes him feel invincible, and their deaths make him feel like a god.
Coming up, the legal battle ahead as prosecutors seek the death penalty.
To have a full defense, he absolutely needs to know that this investigation against him was 100% according to protocol.
Plus, remembering the victims.
Through all this, I hope we can all look through that dark tunnel and see the light and follow that light. And I pray that we have justice someday.
Since his arrest in December 2022, Bryan Kohberger has made a number of court appearances, and his defense team has filed a number of motions challenging everything from the grand jury indictment against him to how the investigators processed the DNA found at the crime scene.
They didn't get a hit for the DNA that was found at the crime scene with the national database. So they moved to a public database, one of those genealogy databases, and they got a hit. And it was for the suspect's father. But now the defense is taking a closer look at that, saying, well, wait a minute. We want to know, and we want to see exactly how you tested all of this DNA to get that result.
What's going on in Bryan Kohberger's case that's very concerning is the government does not want to turn over in discovery what all was searched, what databases were searched, and what records were obtained.
When you're talking about a defendant's right to a fair trial and his due process and his Sixth Amendment to have a full defense, he absolutely needs to know that this investigation against him was 100% according to protocol, and that there was integrity in this investigation.
The defendant apparently has an alibi. Now, a little strange here. They say, his attorneys, that he likes to go out at night and in the early morning hours and sort of drive around. And that's what he was doing at the time of the murders. Couldn't have done it.
Koberger's alibi is that he wasn't at the crime scene, but instead he was driving around alone. That statement of his alibi doesn't tell us obviously exactly what time he was driving, where he was driving to and from, and why. I mean, we don't have any of those details. He's not saying something that's completely inconsistent with the evidence.
The defense is also claiming that cameras should not be allowed inside the courtroom, claiming Koberger's every move is being analyzed in a way that's prejudicial. Kaylee's father, Steve Gonsalves, has some thoughts on that.
If you're not a personable person and you give off weird vibes, yeah, you probably don't want nobody to actually see the truth and see who you are and read you for how you behave. You can't hide the truth, man. I'm so tired of the secretive and all that stuff. I want this stuff to be out in the open. I want all the evidence out. I want it to be clear. I want the community to look at that evidence.
And Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Koberger prepared to plead to these charges?
Your Honor, we will be standing silently.
A plea of not guilty was entered for Brian Koberger after he chose to stand silent at his arraignment. His trial is expected to begin sometime in 2024.
Only when Kaylee, you will never be forgotten. We will live right for you every day with your mentality in our mind. We love you so much.
She embodied her own sunshine, and that's when her skies became limitless.
I sent you my heart.
I'm at Charlie D'Amelio, check!
Most important is love. Like it's the only thing you know how. Nothing even matters except love and human connection.
I'm not a big drinker, but maybe I should have something. You're not a big drinker?
I was lucky enough to be able to explore life with Maddie. Maddie was the best at spreading love.
Distance makes the heart know who you love. Xana was the funniest person I knew and made me laugh every time I spent time with her.
One, please. It's just
Xana, you will not be forgotten. You have impacted so many lives and have given people so much love.
Oh, sweet love of mine.
Ethan was always someone you could count on to make you smile and cheer up your mood. And I feel so lucky to have shared so many great memories with him.
Minions, tonight we steal the meal.
Yes!
Sweet love of mine.
Through all this, I hope we can all look through that dark tunnel and see the light and follow that light. And I pray that we have justice someday.
Poor family. Yeah, we were going to be getting into some of the family interviews tonight, but we will not be able to tonight. When it comes, the biggest thing that don't make sense, and I'll be putting out a highlight video probably sometime in the morning. I'm going to combine the part 1 and the part 2 of the deep dive of the route according to the PCA. Basically showing the route that would have been taken if somebody was trying to get away with this crime. You're going from a difference of 12 cameras to a difference of 123. And we just looked at considered businesses and then looked at the streets when it came to both routes. So I'll be putting that together. I'll be putting that out in the morning sometime. Definitely check it out in its entirety. But we do have part 1 that we did last night, and then we started off the show with part 2. Thanks for hanging out while we were checking out that Court TV episode that we covered on Sunday. Just some different things to go over again. Now we're going to be switching to the part of the cell phone stuff. Now, this is going to be discussing, and Edward Snowden is one of them, because I think he is one of the experts when it comes to cell phone data tracking, what to do, how to do it. But I got a bunch of other videos as well to kind of do some explanations of the different things when it comes to tracking cell phones and coverage, and the difference between connecting to Wi-Fi and towers. So we're going to go ahead and get into that part of the show. Again, I appreciate y'all hanging out. And we're going to go through, this is probably about 30, 35 minutes of videos that I'm going to be showing you when it comes to the cell phone stuff.
Modern technology is complex. It takes hundreds of thousands of people to develop and build the components in a state-of-the-art smartphone. Electronics are getting so sophisticated that it is not surprising many people are confused about what modern phones are actually capable of. Today, I want to focus on mobile phone location tracking. How phones can be tracked in practice, what is theoretically possible, but also common misconceptions.
I appreciate
When we
you all.
think
Thank
about
you.
who might want to track a phone, usually three types of entities come to mind: governments and law enforcement, companies, and individuals. All of them have different resources, which determines the type of location tracking they are capable of. The types of tracking highlighted in this video are by no means exhaustive. Also, many of the technologies aren't freely available, which means the academic literature on them might be based on reverse engineering. One of the oldest phone tracking methods already worked in the pre-smartphone era. Triangulation works with angles and measures the signal strength of different cell towers to a phone.
Right. And that's what they were talking about, was triangulation. So this is a perfect visual of it when it comes to that specific topic of triangulation. They're using different towers to then have a better pinpoint of a cell phone
If
location.
at least two towers are within reach at the same time, the rough location of the phone can be calculated. The more towers are within reach, the more precise the result. And if the target is a modern smartphone, trackers can use a similar, much more precise process called trilateration. This method works by calculating the distances from different cell towers using the time of arrival of the different signals. Conveniently, newer phones might even include their exact GPS coordinates in a response to the cell tower, which makes any calculations unnecessary. Usually,
Now, is that when the phone's on or off? We'll be finding out here coming up soon.
only telecommunication companies have access to the cell tower data, and there is no way to hide from this kind of tracking as long as a phone with a registered SIM card is powered on. Edward Snowden explained it during a 2021 discussion with the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Unfortunately, the audio quality wasn't great.
How does the network know where you're at when you got location services turned, right? You know, when you have Wi-Fi turned off, when you have Bluetooth turned off, when you have GPS turned off, but you're still connected to the network, right? Well, you're registering to the nearest cell phone tower to you, saying, here I am, here I am. Your phone is constantly screaming out to me, here I am, here I am. Is there a cell phone tower that hears you? And the cell phone tower goes, I hear you. You create a handshake, and then whoever owns that cell phone tower enters you into a register. It can be a home register if that's where you're frequently in the network. It can be a visitor register if you're like off. But then they share this upstream. The phone globally knows where all phones are at all times. That's how they can signal to each other wherever you are, right? And location services doesn't turn that off because it can't turn that off.
Some network providers even openly use this data for more than providing cell service. For example, for serving location-based ads. To illustrate how revealing this geolocation data can be, German politician Malte Spitz requested 6 months of his own phone data in 2009. An online tool displays the timeline of his life during this period. You can clearly see how cell towers tracked his movements. No wonder that law enforcement agencies often request access to this data to aid with investigations. A comprehensive FBI cellular analysis guide from 2019 that was unclassified in 2021 demonstrates how important for policing geolocation data is nowadays. Well-equipped police forces may use so-called cell
And that's where they're talking
Site
about
simulators for large events like rallies. These mobile cell towers can be used to record the presence of nearby cell phones to track attendance, but are often also capable of more complex attacks like communication interception. On a smaller scale, individuals are able to track objects or people by attaching products like Apple's AirTags to the target. AirTags, or similarly their competitor Tile.
And please, ladies, please be safe out there because predators use these things as well. Please be cautious of your surroundings, especially at malls or large parking lots. If you see a zip tie or a mark on your tire, please look around.
Work by communicating with nearby Bluetooth devices. An AirTag in a person's coat pocket or stuck to a car gets updated every time a Bluetooth-enabled Apple device is in close proximity. For example, in January 2022, software developer Lilith Wittmann successfully located the offices of a secret German federal agency by simply mailing them an AirTag. These tracking devices usually have anti-stalking features to avoid tracking people without consent.
Thank you, Ron.
But
Appreciate
unfortunately,
you.
they can often be disabled and generally require actions on the target's side. To use digital maps, most smartphones have a built-in GPS receiver. A common misconception about the GPS signal is that it necessarily reveals your location to other parties. Actually, the GPS satellites send out a one-way radio signal, and each GPS-enabled device passively calculates its position using these signals. That's why GPS and the many alternatives like Galileo, GLONASS, or Beidou work without an internet connection. Only when the receiving device has an active sender, like a cell phone does, might the location be sent elsewhere, for example by a navigation app. Since GPS waves are sometimes difficult to receive, for example indoors, navigation apps commonly use a hybrid positioning system that combines GPS and network information like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth signals. If the mapping service knows the identifiers and location of Wi-Fi networks, for example through crowdsourced acquisition or by collecting this data itself, it is possible to calculate the phone's rough position using triangulation. Some retail stores try to track shoppers based on their Bluetooth devices, since Bluetooth and Wi-Fi signals broadcast a unique serial number called the MAC address, but recent Android and iOS versions make this type of tracking much more difficult by randomizing the MAC address. By the way, if you ever wondered where the data for the Google Maps feature Popular Times comes from, it's from users who opted into Location History, a service that makes use of such a hybrid positioning system. If you care about digital privacy, be careful who has access to your phone's geolocation data. Data brokerage is its own industry that has plenty of customers. To protect yourself, at least to some degree, use the approximate location feature as often as possible if you need location services, and only allow permanent location access to the most important apps. Turning off your phone to avoid being tracked is another option, but as whistleblower Edward Snowden pointed out, how would you know if a smartphone with a built-in battery is actually off?
See, right here, right? Supposedly turn the phone off in Washington State University campus, stadium in Nevada, to avoid detection, right? But then went to that route that has all those cameras instead of the route that I showed you somebody would have took if they were not trying to get caught.
Malware with fake shutdown animations already exists. Well, I guess it's back to the Dark Ages. Thank you to patron Joe Blogs and all other patrons and subscribers for supporting the SensiClick channel.
Ooh, the music. All right, I'm going to link to this video next as well, so you can have it for your playlist.
For more than 100 years, the telephone companies have provided wiretapping assistance to governments. For much of this time, this assistance was manual. Surveillance took place manually, and wires were connected by hand, calls were recorded to tape. But as in so many other industries, computing has changed everything. The telephone companies built surveillance features into the very core of their networks. I want that to sink in for a second. Our telephones and the networks that carry our calls were wired for surveillance first and foremost. So what that means is that when you're talking to your spouse, your children, a colleague, or your doctor on the telephone, someone could be listening. Now, that someone might be your own government, but it could also be another government, a foreign intelligence service, or a hacker, or a criminal, or a stalker, or any other party that breaks into the surveillance system, that hacks in to the surveillance system of the telephone companies. But while the telephone companies have built surveillance as a priority, Silicon Valley companies have not. And increasingly over the last couple of years, Silicon Valley companies have built strong encryption technology into their communications products that makes surveillance extremely difficult. For example, many of you might have an iPhone, and if you use an iPhone to send a text message to other people who have an iPhone, those text messages cannot easily be wiretapped. And in fact, according to Apple, they're not able to even see the text messages themselves. Likewise, if you use FaceTime to make an audio call or a video call with one of your friends or loved ones, that too cannot be easily wiretapped. And it's not just Apple. WhatsApp, which is now owned by Facebook and used by hundreds of millions of people around the world, also has built strong encryption technology into its product, which means that people in the global south can easily communicate without their governments, often authoritarian, wiretapping their text messages. So, after 100 years of being able to listen to any telephone call, anytime, anywhere, you might imagine that government officials are not very happy. And in fact, that's what's happening. Government officials are extremely mad, and they're not mad because these encryption tools are now available. What upsets them the most is that the tech companies have built encryption features into their products and turn them on by default. It's the default piece that matters. In short, the tech companies have democratized encryption. And so government officials like British Prime Minister David Cameron, they believe that all communications, emails, texts, voice calls, all of these should be available to governments. And encryption is making that difficult. Now look, I'm extremely sympathetic to their point of view. We live in a dangerous time, in a dangerous world, and there really are bad people out there. There are terrorists and other serious national security threats that I suspect we all want the FBI and the NSA to monitor. But those surveillance features come at a cost. The reason for that is that there's no such thing as a terrorist laptop or a drug dealer's cell phone. We all use the same communications devices. What that means is that if the drug dealer's telephone calls or the terrorist telephone calls can be intercepted, then so can the rest of ours too. And I think we really need to ask, should 1 billion people around the world be using devices that are wiretap friendly? So the scenario of hacking of surveillance systems that I've described, this is not imaginary. In 2009, the surveillance systems that Google and Microsoft built into their networks, the systems that they use to respond to lawful surveillance requests from the police, those systems were compromised by the Chinese government because the Chinese government wanted to figure out which of their own agents the US government was monitoring. By the same token, in 2004, the surveillance system built into the network of Vodafone Greece, Greece's largest telephone company, was compromised by an unknown entity. And that feature, the surveillance feature, was used to wiretap the Greek prime minister and members of the Greek cabinet. The foreign government and hackers who did that were never caught.
Wow.
And really, this gets to the very problem with these surveillance features or backdoors. When you build a backdoor into a communications network or a piece of technology, you have no way of controlling who's going to go through it. You have
That's why
no
I don't
way
fuck
of
with
controlling
TikTok. That's why I don't fuck with TikTok, yo. Fuck that.
whether it'll be used by your side or the other side, by good guys or by bad guys.
Hell
And
no.
so for that reason, I think that it's better to build networks to be as secure as possible. Yes, this means that in the future, encryption is going to make wiretapping more difficult. It means that the police are going to have a tougher time catching bad guys. But the alternative would mean to live in a world where anyone's calls or anyone's text messages could be surveilled by criminals, by stalkers, and by foreign intelligence agencies. And I don't want to live in that kind of world. And so right now, you probably have the tools to thwart many kinds of government surveillance already on your phones and already in your pockets. You just might not realize how strong and how secure those tools are, or how weak the other ways you've used to communicate really are. And so my message to you is this. We need to use these tools. We need to secure our telephone calls. We need to secure our text messages. I want you to use these tools. I want you to tell your loved ones. I want you to tell your colleagues, use these encrypted communications tools. Don't just use them because they're cheap and easy, but use them because they're secure. Thank you.
I had to play that. That was such a good video. This next one I'm going to skip.
This is
but
electromagnetic radiation.
There's two small ones I'm going to actually play here real quick.
So you want to know the difference between cellular and Wi-Fi data? Let's start with what data is. Data is electronic information that's sent from or to your phone. You use data when you share photos or videos via email or on social media sites like Facebook. Send and receive email messages. Browse the internet. Watch streaming videos on a website or using an app like YouTube. Listen to streaming music on a website or using an app like Pandora. Follow turn-by-turn directions using the Maps app. Or download apps from the Google Play Store. Your Jitterbug Touch is automatically connected to a cellular network that's nationwide, so you can rely on a connection just about anywhere you go. Just remember that when you're connected on a cellular network, data is deducted from your monthly plan. Your Jitterbug Touch is also compatible with most Wi-Fi networks to access high-speed internet without having to worry about using up your great call data
All right, we're not that.
So why not
we're
use
not that dumb.
Wi-Fi all the time? Well, while a cellular network is virtually everywhere, Wi-Fi has a more limited range.
Okay, and we.
Hey guys, Sam here from Technologetic, and today we're taking a look at the differences in two different ways you can get connected with your device. On one hand, we've got mobile data or cellular data, and then on the other hand, we've got Wi-Fi. What are the main differences and which one's right for you? Introduced in 1998, Wi-Fi provides a short-range connectivity across your house to connect personal devices such as iPads, iPhones, Kindles, laptops, tablets, TVs even. The list goes on and on. Lots of devices connect via Wi-Fi. It has a 30-meter range, so from the point of your Wi-Fi router, which I'll go into in further depth later on in this video, it extends about 30 meters out until your connection starts dropping out or you start losing speed. It's provided generally by your home internet provider, which is the same person that traditionally would have provided your home phone provider. And it comes in through a cable through the street into your house and into a central point where your Wi-Fi router is to distribute the Wi-Fi across a 30-meter radius from that point across your house. So on the other hand, you've got mobile and cellular data, which can also be referred to as 4G, 3G, LTE. All these technologies basically mean the same thing, and that's how you can connect to the internet or send text messages or send phone calls from more than 30 meters away from that Wi-Fi router. So for example, when you leave the house and go to the shops or anything like that, you're able to connect to this network using pretty much any device that has a SIM card. So an iPad with a SIM card, obviously phones, and even some laptops have SIM cards trays in them. And these services are provided by the same people who give you your mobile phone number. So let's look at the differences. Think about your data usage as like a cup of water. So every time you scroll through Instagram or read a news article, that cup of water slowly fills up some more. When you watch a video or something with a lot of moving images, that cup fills up more quicker. And then when you read something, let's say a news article that's just text, it'll fill up slower. This fills up more and more and more until you hit the top of the cup, which is your mobile data limit, and that's generally measured in gigabytes. With your mobile data connection, and remember this is the one with any device with a SIM card, so for example your phone or your iPad with cellular connectivity, this cup is quite small and it costs a lot to upgrade it to a bigger cup or upgrade your data. On the other hand, with your home Wi-Fi, you get a much larger cup or even a bucket, and it costs you a lot less to upgrade that bucket to a bigger size bucket. And some buckets might even be bottomless, and this is known as unlimited data. So because your mobile data provider has to provide this connection to you wherever you go, as well as to millions of other people at the same time, they can charge a lot more for this service, and that's why it's more expensive. On the other hand,
okay. I just wanted to share a little bit of that. I apologize. These last two are more like, I don't know, maybe for people that have never used a cell phone, maybe. I don't know. But I guess it can be informative. No. All right. Two things I'm going to get into before we end the show. I want to say thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to go through everything we're going to be coming up here in the next show tomorrow. We're going to be having more of a late morning to mid-afternoon show. So first of all, I want to share this tomorrow at 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern. I'm going to be going over there supporting Truth and Transparency. She's going to be doing the second part of the Brett Kopaka body cam. And so I encourage everybody from the community to go support the show tomorrow, 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern. I will be. And then also what we'll be doing is either Monday night or Tuesday night. We're going to be covering the Kopaka stuff. I know there's some other videos out there where people like kind of clip their own stuff out of Truth and Transparency stuff, or even any of that. But I'm going to be, we love her over here. It's always about respect, and I'm just going to wait until she does the other episode, and I'm going to give it even more time so her numbers can just sit there and fucking accumulate like a motherfucker, But we will be covering those episodes coming up next week during the weekdays, probably more likely Tuesday night. So we will definitely be covering those episodes, but please hit the link, hit the notify, save it to a playlist, go drop some love, and definitely come help be there with us tomorrow to go show her some support, because I'm definitely going to be there. Next, we're going to end the night based on the whole Kopaka thing when it comes to Truth and Transparency's episode. He made an episode today about that video, I think. So if you were with us on the first one that she did, amazing work. Oh my gosh, it was crazy. Definitely just as sketchy as everything that I was kind of showing you with our footage that we have over here. Sketch as hell, okay? I'm sorry the show's so long, but man, there's so much to go through, so much information to cover. Definitely any of the shows, there's not going to be barely any fluff. It's going to be packed full of shit. So I do appreciate you checking out the show or watching it on replay. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help out. Thank you all for being with us tonight. Thank you, Yoli and Unravel, for hanging out on panel. And like I said, we got PCA, we got lawyer stuff, family interviews, MPD Facebook page, the September 12th vandal alert information, press conferences from PA, WA, Idaho, the PCA verbiage, Richard Tonti affidavit, the Chrysler Gritman Labs, more new footage, articles to read through, just so much more shit. So plenty of stuff that we're going to be having coming up on future shows. So thank you so much for your support. It means everything, and it allows me to do what I'm able to do. Thank you for your support financially, because I really am the only income that is in this house, and it allows me to do these trips and to present this footage and to give you guys the facts and to help us spread the facts so we can have truth and justice for these victims, families, and communities. The footage that we're going through with this trip is just to show you alone how much your support pays off, not only for the justice and the truth, but for those communities too. Because if I wasn't even able to go to these places and to give you that extra experience, we wouldn't even. I just feel like we're able to get to the truth quicker, and we're able to have those conversations about having the truth be exposed, about not having the wrong person convicted or the right person being set free. Because honestly, I can't tell you if BK is guilty or not. I don't know. I'm not at that water cooler. All we can do is talk about the things that don't make sense. So, harsh reality, we're going to check out the episode about the Kopaka stuff, and then I will see you tomorrow. It'll probably be like an 11 Central, noon Eastern show. But I might be on earlier. I don't know. Just look for me sometime in the late morning, early afternoon, and we'll be going through some more stuff. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. And this is the last video for the night.
Least body cam. Well, hello there. How is everyone? I hope you are all well on this beautiful, beautiful Saturday morning. Not as beautiful as you, because you are truly beautiful. And being awake at 5:30 a.m. on a Saturday.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. You know, if you can't afford it, seriously, I'm not worried about it because you have to worry about you. Just being here, being a viewer, hitting the like. It's the free way to help too. Every bit of support helps, whether it's helping this, getting the algorithms, sharing it, talking about it, any of that stuff. It's all support, and it means the world. And it's what allows me to be able to give you these shows like I can give you, and it means everything to me. And I appreciate it because I really am here for the victims, the families, and the communities. I ain't bullshit.
Because of Brent Kopaka released body cam footage. Yeah. Let's talk about it. So look, Lana over at Truth and Transparency has released a video, and it's going through the body cam. I say body cam footage. It's redacted. I don't even know what to say.
It's crazy.
I'm kind of speechless, if I'm honest, because we've all kind of had questions surrounding the Brent Kopaka situation. We know it's an ongoing situation, so it obviously doesn't seem as clear cut as you would be led to believe. For those of you who don't know what is going on in this situation, I'm hoping you all do, but I know that there's going to be some of you that don't. Brent Kopaka was in Washington. That's correct. Exactly where Bryan Kohberger had apparently driven from in order to commit the atrocities of Moscow, Idaho. It was around sort of the same sort of time as all this was happening, and Brent Kopaka would apparently be holding his roommates hostage. He is ex-military, suffering from PTSD, complex PTSD, following years and years of service, you know, and he was a hero. The guy was a hero. He got a look. Again, I'm absolutely. I'm still in shock. I think I'm still in shock. And you know that for a long time, some people, including myself, had considered, look, you've got a guy who was clearly suffering, clearly struggling, suffering from PTSD. He's obviously this episode, if you like, that we was led to believe occurred. It almost makes you think, you know, if it weren't for the fact that Bryan Kohberger got arrested and this guy got unalived, he would be prime suspect. The guy would be prime suspect. We heard sort of whispers that around the time this was happening, there wasn't even roommates in the room. So, you know, I don't know who he was supposed to be holding hostage, but that has never sort of been made clear. And this body cam footage makes it seem a lot more difficult to comprehend and understand, and I'm hoping that I can raise some questions and you guys will be able to answer down in the comments, just to give me some truth and transparency, because this footage seems anything but. And what do I mean by that? I'm going to go through some of the comments that Lana has received, because I think some of these are shared by myself. Like, I will say, apparently they arrived there and they had a warrant. But as far as I'm aware, at the time that the call was made to 911, they didn't know who this was for. So and again, this could be potentially my ignorance of the law and understanding, but I can't see in an active shooter situation where you've got someone holding people hostages and people don't know who that person is, perhaps, I don't know. It doesn't seem like before they arrived on scene, they didn't know who this guy was. So I question, how would they have had a search warrant, an arrest warrant for someone they didn't know? Is that possible? Is that, how does that work? I genuinely don't know. But anyway, I digress, because that's not the most important thing here. The most important thing on this footage is that it just doesn't seem, the whole thing doesn't give the vibe of what is supposedly happening. I get a vibe from this footage that the people around it, I hate to use this terminology, but it's like they're acting, and they're acting badly. It's like there's no real feeling of fear. Nobody seems to be scared. Nobody seems to be on edge. Nobody seems to be giving you the feeling that they feel that they are in danger, and therefore the action that apparently happens is warranted. Do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
the audio.
we were
the
there.
way
It was
that
a bunch of
negotiator was
bullshit.
just repeating and repeating the same sort of line over and over again, gives you a feeling that the audio is in fact looping, and it's not actually a live scenario being played out. And the redaction, I feel, is indicative of things being hidden. They do not want you to hear what they are saying. And again, that is not truth and transparency, is it? That's redaction and gag order. And I think I'm gonna have a new line of merch, one that says harsh redacted and harsh gag order, because I've never heard those two phrases as much as I have since dealing with the Idaho4 and the Moscow, Idaho, and the Washington situation.
It's true.
It's
It's
bizarre,
true.
this footage, and I would implore any of you to please go over and watch Lana's video. I've put the link in the description of this, but I'm just going to touch on some of the comments here with you, just so you can see what people are indeed saying. So yeah, it's Sprint co-packer new officer involved body cam. Like I said, I'm not going to talk about every single thing, because I had to get up at stupid o'clock to watch it, and I feel that you should also, in order to understand it fully, you too should go and have a look and check it out. So I'm going to reset the comments, because obviously this is getting viewed live, so the lives are going up. But what do we got? So we swapped the newest first.
Oh, look at all of us right
and
there, you
what do we got?
guys. Look at that. Oh shit, we got, hold on a minute. Look at that. We got Murky, Yoli, Brandy Wine, True Crime, Bianca, Nina, Mama J, Mark, and Betty. Look at all you guys on there. Hell yeah. Look at all the fucking family right there in the chat just on this fucking part. Hell yeah, it's beautiful.
What do we got? What do we got?
Thank you for going to show
them
some
under here so you can read them. Look, is that a pair of blue sweatpants beneath the chair that's holding the door to Brent's apartment open? It actually looks like a rubbish bag. I will say that. When you say something by the chair, it looks like a piece enough. In fact, I'm not going to go through it. I want you, if you're interested in the Brent co-packer situation, please go and check this out. Go and check this video out. Go watch it. Go send Lana some love over there. And,
Yes.
this, just this. It's an odd one. It's an odd one, you know. I think we should all appreciate Brent for who he was as an individual. He was ex-military, served his country, he served it, and you know, this is a very, very sad situation. And to me, it still seems off. It absolutely still seems off. And it's shit like this, it's things like this that just makes you feel, is there something more to this? Why can't anything around this Idaho4 and this Brent Kopak and these two places, why can't anything seem right? Why does everything just seem so off? Let me know down below, and I'll catch you all in the next one.
And here's the link for this as well. Go show Harsh some love on this. Let me hit the like on that too. Go show some love on that as well. Please and thank you. Yes, I will be watching Truth and Transparency, and then after that, I think it's time for a game night, everybody. So tomorrow early afternoon, late morning, look for me to be live. Tomorrow, late morning, early afternoon, we're going to be hanging out at Truth and Transparency's episode 2 of the Body Cam, 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern. And then after that live is over, I think it's time for us to have a Evil CJ show game night where we kick back and hang out and play games for a couple hours over here at the show. So thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for making this a beautiful experience for anybody that's coming in to check out the show. I appreciate you, mods. Thank you for your hard work, your dedication, and just being that atmosphere that we preach and that we try and promote. Thank you so much. Peace, positive, and progress, and community. Let's all do it together. The peaceful, positive, and progressive way. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow 2 times. And definitely let's go show some love to Truth and Transparency. I can't wait. And what a sad situation too. Shout out Brent Kopak. I appreciate you too as well. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.